Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Chargers Live on SportsNetUSA.net. Corey Naylor, Mark Pavlovich live at Don Johnson Court. That is the second game of the OEC Conference just starting here in January 2025 to celebrate the new year. Mark, it should be an exciting matchup between Cypress, who's lost their last two games, against Irvine Valley, who's better than their 8-9 record. Jackson will jump up for Cypress, and they control the tip from Alexis Price. And we'll get to that starting lineups for both squads in just one moment. Just start the first quarter. Chris Jackson has the ball over to Lisa Ng, drives the lane, bumped on the put-up, and she is fouled. She'll head to the line for two. And real quick, the rest of the starting lineups for your Chargers are Mariah Henderson at 5'10" out of Freya, and Jorney Hayden, 5'8" from Bakersfield, California, and Mallory Sidoti gets the start for the Chargers. And for Irvine Valley in blue, Samantha Barnett, Haruka Makuma, and both free throws go down for the Chargers. They have the early 2-0 lead. Mariah Lucani, Mocha Saiki, and Alexis Price on the floor. And there's a drive stripped away. Good defense taken away by Lucani. And here's Chris Jackson, who averages almost 2 blocks per game. And Ng, highly touted freshman via Hawaii and Utah. Thought she got away with the double dribble. She did not.
Corey, the thing that's interesting, we've already talked to the coaches about parity, and we talked about the shooting percentages here in the women's side in the 3C 2A. We'll see if those quick pickup 15-footers, and so far Cypress has decided they're going to take it to the basket instead of settling for the three.
And that will be good for Cypress, as they've been struggling from three-point land, especially to the last few games after a tough December in many tournaments. On the near side, with 10 seconds to shoot on the shot clock. And there is another bucket, and that's going to be Chris Jackson for two. And there's a steal. Journey Hayden leaves it for Ng. She can't convert. Good contest by Price. And there's going to be a loose ball foul on they're going to get Samantha Barnett for the foul. The loose ball foul. It looks like I thought it was going to go on Chris Jackson, but it goes on Barnett. So checking into the ball game for the first time will be Kavani Williams. She checks in for Samantha Barnett. 2 quick fouls in the lane. Jackson, pretty fall away. And there's a trap in the corner. Nowhere to go for Makuma.
Well, we know basketball always starts with aggressive defense, and you've watched the Chargers come out here and been extremely aggressive on the press and everything in the first start of this game, and I like the fact that they've done that, giving themselves easier open shots. Brittany and I were talking before the game, and she said it's all about confidence, Mr. Nalen.
And there's another turnover. The Lasers having trouble getting past half court. Kicks out for Ng for three. Good rhythm. And big bucket. 9-0 to open up the ball game. Early first quarter, 2 minutes, 7 seconds gone by. There's a wing three attempt, no good. That's long from Makuma. And here's Jackson with the ball, very athletic, splitting all defenders. Nobody's going to stop him. Misses with the left hand. And out of the pack is going to be Psyche. Nobody stops her, but it's blocked at the end by Mariah Henderson. Cypress rejuvenated after a long December and 2 tough losses. Last on Wednesday, they lost to 2-time defending champion OCC by 7. And the week before that, they were up in San Jose. There is a 3 by Psyche. Silences a crowd for just a moment. And they lose to San Jose City College in San Jose's tournament final. So 7:15 to play, just started here. Hayden at the elbow. Henderson drives right side, leaves it for Sadati. And there's going to be a foul or a turnover. It looks like there's a turnover on Sadati. Laser ball. As we said, they come in at 8-9, but that record is deceiving. Quality team, one of the better defensive teams in the state. Here's Price for 3. And they can shoot it 9-6.
And that's what you look for, the confidence of all the shooters out here. We heard it from both head coaches that, hey, I don't try to tell my young women where to shoot it from. I try to let them know to shoot with a great deal of confidence. Of course, you always bring it up, Corey. What should shooters do? Shoot the basketball. And that's what we've seen tonight.
Shooters gonna shoot. As well they should, but Cypress needs to get into the efficiency part of the season because they haven't been efficient thus far. But that'll come.
And the coach didn't deny it either. I mean, that was the thing that was nice about her, Corey. She said, hey, look who we played against. We don't have any confidence, is what she talked about. Taking the shots.
Both free throws drop, so it's 11-6 now, 6:35 to play in the first quarter. There's a steal by Hayden. She's the X factor for this team, misses on the left side. Mark, she's a player who can go 1 for 12 or 11 for 12. She can put up 30 or none. Down low, powering through is going to be Gianna DeForest. Cuts the Cypress lead to 3.
I don't know, I feel like everybody said, hey, I know the old guys here, let's adjust our shooting distance from the rim tonight.
Has 1-3. Hayden drives on Price in the lane on that left block. Good defense by Alexis Price. Here comes Psyche. Right wing trailing Price. Gets that right block. Good position. Reverse layup underneath the basket. No good. And Mark Journey Hayden with the ball. She likes to travel to the left side of the floor. However, she always comes back to the right side, which she has the advantage on the defender on the dribble, but on the shot gives the advantage back to the defender, Sadati. That's not Sadati. That's a pretty turnaround jumper by Cora Burgess.
And you like that little setup there, Corey. You go down low, you sort of camp in the key for a few seconds. You get that 12-foot shot, and you take it and get 2 on there. And 13-8 right now. The efficiency rating for Cypress is high to start off this first quarter.
So to reset, Makuma will inbound the ball. Psyche on the left side, left block. DeForest on the high left. Price and also Avril Ho. Down low DeForest, she goes 2 for 2 on as many attempts, and it is now 13-10. Cypress with the lead. Ing with the ball. Andrea Lopez for the first time. Burgess who hit the last shot. Ing says, I got this one. And it's 15-10. Also in is Juliette Cologne wearing number 15 and white. Mariah Henderson stays in wearing number 13 for the Chargers. Price front rims. Ing, like we said, prolific high school performer. And there's a hold, an illegal screen set by Cora Burgess.
Wait a minute. You don't know what an illegal screen is.
That was an illegal screen. Screens are appropriate for different places.
I was going to say, wait a minute. The rules have changed since I'm up here.
Psyche kicks out to Price. There's DeForest. Working down low, right block against Alapati. Alapati, good defense. Rebound, second chance for Psyche. Heads to the line.
You look at Alexis Price, who's out there. I mean, the freshman from Downey averages about 7 rebounds a game. But you look at Sayeki, somebody on the team that can get 3 rebounds a game, but 12 points for Irvine. So like you've said, Corey, team-wise, Irvine's got a nice little balance on the floor with the players that they've got out there when you look what they're capable of doing.
Psyche leads the team in scoring. As you said, Mark. 12.4 points a game, gets the first free throw to drop. And she connects on both. So 15-12 Chargers in this first quarter lead with 3:50 to play. Jumped out to a 9-0 lead. Lopez misses right. Jackson up and up. And there's the steal in the backcourt. Second for Jackson, misses that. Tipped out, chased down by Chris. Alapati free throw line. Jumper is nothing but the bottom of the net. 19-12 in the backcourt. There is a foul.
A little
Jordan
too much.
Hayden.
Sorry, Corey. A little too much body by Hayden. She goes for the steal, and you've got the enthusiasm going there. She catches the opponent with the side of her hip, and we're going to get timeout on the floor. With timeout on the floor, your Chargers are up by 7. It's Cypress 19, IBC 12, here on Chargers Live and Sportsnet USA.net. Of course, Corey and Nayland and I always talk about sports all the time, especially women's sports. We've looked at women's sports. Corey will tell you that the OEC right now is one of the best balanced conferences around in California and one of the better conferences in Southern California. If you look at teams as whole, and I know I've been critical, I talked to the 2 coaches about it during the game, most of the teams in California are all sitting there, Corey, from the floor shooting at 32%. You talked about, Mark, a lot of these teams take so many three-point shots, it drags down the percentage when they go in. If you look at what Cypress is doing tonight, their shooting percentage is not 32% because they're taking those easier shots from a closer range.
19-12 Chargers in this first quarter lead with 3 minutes to play. Makuma leads the team in assist over to Cavani Williams, that checks in and throws it away. After the timeout, not the possession you want after a timeout. Chargers ball, up by 7. Ingen Lopez, Jackson, Hernandez, and Alapati. Anderson from 17, looked good, no good. Shot it long, back rim, chased down. She has it, Jackson. That is the 4th offensive rebound tonight for the Chargers, and that was tipped out of bounds by Psyche.
And they're protecting the ball well. Assist to turnover ratios are maddening when you think about giving people extra opportunities. So far this year, Cypress has protected the ball pretty well.
Good. Henderson working hard. 5th offensive rebound of this first quarter, and gives her 4th point and a 9-point lead. Makuma gets screened by Williams. In the corner open is Lakani. And she drills the three. Lakani that's only a 2. They say she was on the line. So it's 21-14 with under 2 to play in the first quarter. Ing again at that right block, puts it in. And she's got 6 points. So Kalisa much more aggressive to start off the new year mark on the offensive side of the ball. And there's a steal. And she's pushed from behind by Lakani. That is the 4th team foul. One more, and the Chargers will be in the bonus. And I've been shortchanging Kalisa Ing. Mark said she had 6 points. She's got 11 points in the first quarter.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not looking at...
Chris Jackson has 6. On Wednesday, they played OCC tight. But again, that fourth quarter, there's an offensive foul by Lopez, pushing off with the left. Solid D by the Lasers. They played OCC tough to the fourth quarter. And again, a 9-0 run by OCC. Excuse me, a 7-0 run by OCC. Woody put them in control, and they never looked back. Against San Jose is now the Chargers in a 2-3 zone. Dumps down low to DeForest. Long time in the key. Long and violently off the backboard under a minute. Jackson, Lopez, always a three-point threat. Gets into the lane, step back, short, gets the bounce. She's a shooter. So, Mark, if that was you or I, that's a miss because that was short. Shooters get that shooter's touch. And there's Psyche in the lane, cannot convert. Henderson has had a strong first quarter with 22 seconds to play. Shot clock is off. Nine. 6, Ing, step back, no, good closeout. Here's Williams after the turnover. We will end the first quarter of play with Cypress up 25-14 over the visiting IVC Lasers on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net.
You know, Corey, we looked at the women right now and how everybody's doing. Of course, you brought up, when you look at women's basketball right now, well, when you look at who is some of the better shooters, you've got McPherson over at Mount Sac is shooting 60% from the floor. Brombacher from Folsom Lake at 58.1. Harvey from Hartnell at 57. Ricci from the Sequoias at 57. And then Heikeman from Merced. So you've got one Southern California player. Everybody else is from Northern California. And I happened to ask you that the other day, why that just seems to be that the Southern California teams are getting the higher percentage. And I'll talk about the teams later, but I found it fascinating when you said there's two different brands of basketball being played in the 3C2A. There's the southern section and there's the northern section. Down here in the south, they like shooting the three-point shot. Up in the north, they like taking those 15-footers. And that's what's been different so far as you look at who leads the 3C2A in shooting percentage.
25-14, 11-point lead for the Chargers. They bring out Lopez and Hayden at the top of the 2-3. Cologne, Sadati, and Jackson on the baselines of the zone. DeForest and Barnett patrolling the key. Psyche on the wing. Price on the wing in blue. She has the ball now. Makuma is the point. DeForest has a Down low to Barnett. She's dangerous on the baseline. Triple team and a kick out. Psyche. Short. Rush to three. Good closeout by Lopez. 21 seconds gone in the second quarter. Chargers good defensive possession.
We'll see if your Chargers can continue to shoot at the rate they shot in that first half and continue to take excellent looking shots, just not throw them up. We get a little skip to Mylou on that one. They call traveling on the play, and Corey, for the many times that they overlook it, on that one time they decided, I guess the extra step is going to count against you. Feel like I'm watching Notre Dame football.
So Barnett. Price didn't even look towards the basket, and there's a travel on the drive.
Well, you had a little too much rouge on the left cheek. You needed to add a little makeup on the right cheek, and so you said they traveled. But Corey, that's back-to-back they call that. Come on, man.
Well, that's not the definition of a makeup call.
Oh, okay. All right.
When you travel, you travel. A makeup call is something that's going to be egregious. Hayden around the high screen, too close on the pass, and Makuma comes the other way. Keeps her dribble, almost turns it over. Psyche with the floater. That's a runner, actually. And she runs into 2 more points. Jackson Cologne splashes home a triple. 28-16. You see the shot here on a nice pass from Jackson. Steps into it. Nothing but net, and there's another 3 counters.
Well, the ladies now said, hey, old guy, people have realized what you're saying. We can still make the 3-point shot. It's not that we don't want to.
It just hasn't been at the clip that most teams would like. And there's a double dribble by Mallory. Good off-ball defense by the Lasers, denying each pass in every angle. Out is Jackson and Lopez. In is Ng and Hernandez. Price turns, faces, free throw, easy. 28-21.
Corey, talk about basic basketball, a little high-low. Of course, I know you've got a high post going there, but you're at the top of the key. They finally slack off. They give you room, you turn, and you make it from the free throw line.
7:25, Cologne working hard. Strong with the layup. Last touch by DeForest. Burgess checking in for Sadati.
And the crowd starting to trickle in here at Don Johnson Court.
And don't forget it's a doubleheader tonight. Men at 7 is the tip. Hayden, another free throw line jumper. That's what she can do well. If she lived with that shot for the rest of the season, she'd give you 15 a game, Mark. Price again dumps down on the high-low. DeForest cuts the lead to 7 at 6:54 to play. Second quarter. Burgess, Hayden down low, bad entry pass, retains possession. There's a charge or block. They get a charge on Hayden. Psyche was falling over.
It's where you get that first foot down and planted, the referee will give you the call. Sometimes, even though it doesn't look like it's a charge or a block, it's about first position.
With the left, Price misses, but there's DeForest on the right side. All of her 4 points have come from the right block. Is Gianna DeForest, the freshman from Tustin. And she comes over with head coach Claire Goki, who was at Tustin for the last 12 years. Out is Hayden, in is Alapati and Jackson. Chargers up 30-25.
And as well as they've shot tonight, you would think they're up by 15 minimum. So give it to the Lasers of Irvine. They played steady basketball and slowly narrowed the margin.
Ing sped up, and the pass was too much for Alapati. So again, Brittany Imaku, Coach B, wants that efficiency and consistency. Psyche left alone. Can't do that. And it's a 1-point lead for the Chargers, and they're going to use their first time out of the game, 30-second variety, with 6 minutes to play in the first half on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net.
You know, you watch Cypress coming in tonight, 11-6 overall, 0-1 in conference. They average 62.9 points per game. Field goal percentage, 36%. Like I said, most people around 32, up and down the 3C, 2A right now. From three-point country where they like to shoot, but they haven't tonight, only 25%. 61% from the charity stripe, of course, so you know that doesn't reach my standards. 43 rebounds a game, about 14 assists when you look at what they're doing. Numbers are better tonight than season-wise.
Out of the timeout, Ing has it, hounded, an offensive foul. Tremendous pressure by Avril Ho out of Diamond Bar, and Ing couldn't handle the pressure.
Well, Corey, just a little push off with the forearm, and they get, as if it was a dramatic push, a really nice sell on the floor. I know the Golden Globes just came up and the awards were given, but that might have been a really good walk-on award right there.
Price, another free throw line jumper, gives them a 1-point lead. Again, Cypress started the ball game off on a 9-0 run. Irvine has played and been with them and crawled back and now have a lead in the second quarter, and there's a hold. Little swipe by Ho that time. First team foul, first personal. Williams checks in. And Barnett checks out. Lopez will inbound back in with Jackson and Henderson. Alapati and Ing. (31-30). Ing misses, back rim, loose ball on the floor. Lisa has it back. 20 to shoot. Lopez on a step back straight away. That's short. And the rebound to Forrest has had a strong first half. And Psyche wants to give the Lasers a bigger lead than one. 5:03 remaining in the half. Irvine 8-9 on the season's pretty spin move by Kivani Williams. And the compounded. She's fouled by Alapati, and it's 33-30. So Cypress started strong. And Coach B told us Irvine's record, nah, it may be 8-9, but they could be the sixth team to come from the OEC to make the playoffs. That's how good they are. That's how strong the conference is. Ing and Jackson playing catch up top. Henderson, not the biggest threat from the three, but she drives. Again, she's got 6. Again, you need a bucket. 5 feet away on that right block will do. Lasers with the ball and a 1-point lead. Dumps down low to DeForest. Working against Alapati, right side. Reach-in foul by Henderson. And you got to be a lot more aggressive on that play. Henderson with the reach-in, but they get Alana with the push. And DeForest heads back to the line. And if you know where DeForest is going, you got to beat her there. She scored all her points from the right block.
And of course, you look at most of these teams shooting about 67% from for free throws. Of course, Corey Nalen says, well, Mr. Pavlovich, you need to smile at that. Right now, Sequoias is the team that everybody's chasing in the state of California, in the north, in the south, as the free throw is made, is Orange Coast and Mount Sac. This is from the RPI. And Corey, when you look at it, Cypress is right up there in the middle of everything. They're number 5 in RPI.
So DeForest connects on both free throws. And it's a 3-point lead. Step back by Jackson, short. Rebound by Williams. Irvine Valley playing harder and more focused in this second quarter. Spin move in the lane, no good. Gets her own rebound. DeForest can't convert. And here's Jackson coming the other way. Down by 3, Jorney Hayden on the left side. Hands to Kalisa. Step back 3 is short. Rebound, loose ball, bodies on the floor. They're going to get Henderson. And that's actually they get Hayden with the loose ball foul. That's 5 for the team, so that's free throws the rest of the way with 3:29 to play.
And of course, one of the teams I found interesting, look at the RPI. Down there outside of the top 10, we saw them over at Fullerton College. That was Santa Barbara, who made this huge discussion about RPI and how important it is for the women's game, that if you want to be in the playoffs, you've got to climb up the food chain of RPI.
And they are doing it even with the loss to Moore Park this week. Since Moore Park is a top 5 team, that does not hurt Santa Barbara's RPI. Lopez misses one more time from 3. And again, this is what gets Cypress in trouble during their games. They settle for that 3-point shot, and they just don't fall because, again, if you don't see it fall, you don't have that confidence. 5-point lead for the Lasers. 37-32, under 3 to play in the second quarter. Psyche and LeCaney. It's a nice moving screen, walking screen. Looked like they were on one of those rollers, automated rollers at the airport.
And some of us old people have walkers that we use when we're playing basketball.
Lopez again, misses once more, and LeCaney gives it to their point person, the point guard, Makuma, and here's Cavani Williams with the left, wild, and Jackson with her 6th rebound, runs the floor all the way, got to make the layup, she does. 37-34 Laser lead. Makuma out of Irvine High School, just down the street from Irvine Valley College. Baseline jumper from 16 rims out, and Lopez one more time. Pushes. Does not use the bounce, and let's see what Kalisa Ning can do. Ing working on Makuma. She reaches in, has it taken away. Careless with the ball, feisty on D. Price bounce pass, running the floor, and she throws it away to Henderson. 142. go remaining in the half. Jackson late on the pass, and Makuma is hurt as Jackson falls on her arm. And they're going to call an official's timeout as Jackson fell on Makuma's wrist. And we'll see if she is okay as the official's timeout with 1:27 to play. Lasers with the 3-point lead on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net. Mark, let's hope she is okay because I've had that happen to me. And I came home in a cast.
Yeah, and sometimes, Corey, it's just the initial frightening aspect when you get hurt. I mean, and I can talk about it all the time. I beat myself up over all these years I've been around, and it's that initial, oh, what did I just do to myself? And especially if you're an athlete who loves the game you're playing, like these young women, these student athletes out here for both these community colleges, when something like that happens, then immediately they're going to wonder, did I do damage enough that I'm done for the season? Is it only for the game? And once the initial scare zone wears off, then you can bring them back and they're fine here on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net. So like I said, we looked at some of the RPI. I'll get more into it as we head towards halftime. We might even look at the rankings, which I don't know, Mr. Nalen. I don't even know why I look at the rankings.
And in case you're wondering, on the live stream, we are on Cypress Women's Soccer versus Chaffee on the Cypress Chargers live feed. Out of the break, Ing has it.
Well, that's because they knew I was back, and where else would you find me? They said, wait, the old guy's out there. It must be soccer.
That explains a lot, Mark. And there's Kalisa Ing to cut the lead to 1 at 37-36 and under 40 seconds of play and a half.
Hey, you know what? We were up.
Price, 13 to shoot. Williams, kick out. Barnett, who's been quiet. Price, a runner from the free throw line, gives him a 3-point lead. Alexis Price, who averages 8 points, 9 rebounds, leads the team in 8.9 points, leads the team in rebounds. She's got 8, and there's Kalisa Ing with 15. You watch the replay here, Mark, and she does a nice job keeping the dribble, crossing over, and splitting 2, and keeping her eyes on the prize. Trying to convert to 3-point play and tie the ball game up with 0.7 seconds in the first half.
And again, you've seen both these teams sort of adapt to what the game is offering. So therefore, they're accepting the offerings from the basketball gods and saying, hey, you want me to shoot it from 8 feet? You want me to drive? I'll take it. And Corey, it's what I like is what you brought up where you said they get in the habit of going to the 3-point shot tonight. Give it to the young women on the floor for both these teams that they've found something that has worked for them and they've used it.
And that's the end of the first half, and we're tied at 39 between the Chargers and the Lasers. This is Chargers Live on SportsNetUSA.net.
So we look around what's going on in the 3C 2A right now with women's basketball. And I might as well head to Northern California and say, hey, if you want to look up there, Laney and Solano, well, it's Laney dominating their conference right now. They're 4-0, 13-2 overall. But Solano, Napa Valley, both at 3-1 in conference. Even though they have losing records at 7-9 and 7-8, That's there. Folsom Lake in the Big 8. Well, they're 14-2 overall, with Sierra being 13-1. Now, Sierra technically is in second place at 3-0 because they look at the overall record. This is what they're doing in conference. Has nothing right now to do anything with RPI. So you have Folsom Lake, Sierra, San Joaquin Delta also sitting there at 3-0. Those are the top teams in that. In the Central Valley, well, we've talked about the Sequoias, 16-0. They're number one in the state of California for women's basketball. They've won 16 straight so far. Conference will start tonight or the end of this next week when we come into the next week. Right now they're 16-0. Taft's right behind them at 11-5. In the Coast North, it's Shabbat. They are 1-0 in conference, but they're 9-8 overall. Well, this is that one where they're the only one that's played a conference game. That's why they're at the top there. In the Coast South, it's San Jose, who are 16-2. They've won their last 13 in a row. They're playing excellent. Right behind them is Cabrillo, 11-6 overall. The only one who's played a conference game besides Hartnell is San Jose. San Jose beat Hartnell. They're 1-0. That's where everybody's sitting. Right now in Golden Valley, nobody until tonight is playing in conference games. Siskiyou is 11-6. Shasta 10-8. None of the teams are outstanding right now. That's where this sits. And then we look at the Empire Valley. In Inland Empire Athletic, it's Victor Valley 13-2. Mount San Jacinto 12-3. Saracosa 11-5. Copper Mountain 10-5. Corey, there's four teams right there that when you look at women's basketball is the Inland Empire's Athletic Conference. You have four teams that are in double figures already. And then when you go to the OEC, Orange Coast is on top. Santa Ana is right behind them. Fullerton is hanging in there. Then you look at Riverside, Saddleback, and Cypress. Record-wise, I'll tell you what, right now when you look at it, there could be 7 teams. No, 7 teams aren't going to make it. But there's 7 teams from the OEC that you could look at right now and say any one of those 7 at the end of the year could be in the playoffs.
Well, at the end of the year, it's going to be Orange Coast. It'll be Santa Ana. It'll be Cypress. It should be Fullerton. So there should be those 4. Depending on how Riverside bounces back at 9-8 and Irvine Valley finishes in league conference, there's 6.
And you look at the Pacific Coast right now, Imperial Valley's on top. They're only 9-6 overall, but like I said, their conference has started. Grossmont, San Diego Mesa, they're the 2 teams there, could move on. In the South Coast North, that's Mount Sac. LA Trade Tech is 10-9. East LA, we saw the women play. I don't think the East LA women, who are also here on SportsNetUSA.net with Albert Robles, they might not make the playoffs this year. South Coast South, Long Beach, well, 9-6. Cerritos 5-10. Nobody except maybe the winner of the conference out there. Western State North, Moore Park is 13-4, and you talked about it right now, Corey. Santa Barbara is 12-4. They lost their opening conference game to Moore Park, so they're at the bottom of the heap. But it should be Moore Park and Santa Barbara in the Western State North.
Let's start some controversy, Mark.
Okay.
Okay, so what you're looking at, as good as all this is, and I want to put up some bulletin board material for teams.
Okay.
Okay. I want teams to say these 2 guys have no idea what they're talking about. Let's shut them up.
Okay.
You're only going to have to worry about Sequoias, Mount Sac, Orange Coast, Moore Park, maybe Laney, maybe Sierra, maybe Glendale. Everybody else, you can talk about all the OEC teams as well. You got a long way to go.
Wow.
So I'm saying this just to start some controversy.
So you're
just to
discounting,
get some dialogue
you're
going.
discounting Glendale?
I'm discounting everybody but those teams.
Okay. I mean, you
Okay.
know, you look at it like Victor Valley and saying no to them, San Jose City, no to them, Santa Barbara City, no to them. You've already put them all in the discard trailer.
And you know how much I like Santa Barbara.
I do.
You know, I think Fullerton is an up and coming. You know how I feel about this Cypress team. You know how, and so yeah.
And
So
you gave
just
no love to Mount San Jacinto.
Oh, I didn't.
No.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, because Mount San Jacinto is 12-3 right now.
Yeah, no, I gave.
Okay.
Yeah, so I wanted some discussion. You know, we want to talk about this, no matter if you agree with that or if you don't agree with that.
Well,
I'm just throwing it out there because we want to have the discussion. Those are the teams who are going to win it.
Well, when I looked at all the teams early in the season, Corey, I mean, I saw we're 4 and 5 teams now. 24 in basketball also. Do you remember? Is that what they're
Last
thinking?
year it was 24.
Last year it's 24. So you could see them getting the amount that you want to get out of the OEC because there are 24. You're saying no right now.
No,
You're going to say 4 at the top for the OEC then?
5.
5 at the top for that, out of that. Because, I mean, when you look at some of the things, if the teams basically fare out the way they do and they're using really a heavy feeling on RPI, there's some of those other teams that we might think about that really aren't going to make it all together. Of course, you know, we'll have to wait and see if how high RPI measures into all of this when we look at them. Like we talk about right now, because of RPI, Sequoia's number 1, Orange Coast number 2. So RPI right now for Sequoia, 715, Orange Coast 709, Mount Sac 698. This is in order. Moore Park 650, Cypress, Corey, sitting there at 5. San Joaquin Delta is sitting there at 6. I'm not sure you mentioned them at all when you talked about teams that won't be there. You said Laney would be there.
Maybe.
You discounted Glendale, who's still in the top 10. San Diego Mesa, Santa Barbara, Mount San Jacinto. That threesome, you only mentioned Santa Barbara.
Yes.
So when you get in the top 10 of RPI, you've already thrown half the people out the window.
Yes, I have.
Turned on the garbage disposal and said, you're going to be on the outside looking in.
For the sake of discussion and argument, yes, I have, Mark,
Wow.
because we've seen those teams play. I'm not even looking at RPI.
Wow.
This is all on the eye test.
Well, we did see a lot of these teams play. And, Corey, we talked about the shooting percentage at 32. But if you look at the way these teams played tonight compared to what you and I have talked about since we've gone to a couple of the women's tournaments and looked at the percentage, neither one of these teams tonight, Cypress and or Irvine Valley, is playing at the number clip that we thought they would play at when they played each other tonight, because they haven't been a high percentage shooting. They're down at 32%?
Mark,
for the night?
This has been an effective, high-scoring first half.
Oh, okay.
For actually both of these teams. It's been a while since Cypress has played this effective in a half, and Irvine Valley is finding their stride here in the first half of play. I mean, 39 points. They had 39 points in the game against Santa Ana in the fourth quarter, late in the fourth quarter. Cypress is shooting 50%, 16 of 32. Irvine is shooting 14 of 29, 48%. That's outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, that's, Corey, that's 14 and basically, you said, what's Irvine Valley shooting?
48%.
They're basically 12% over what they normally shoot too. I mean, both these teams, and Corey, here's the thing that I find that where the coaches said to us, both coaches, I don't mind people taking the three-point shot. You being a shooter, when you played the game, you always look at me, and you and I will disagree while we're watching the game.
Yeah, you don't mind taking the three.
Yeah, that's what you've told me for shooters. But tonight their attitude has changed. Or is it what the – because, Corey, I don't think it's what the defense is giving them.
It's the efficiency aspect that both teams realize, these players realize we need to score. We can't have empty trips. You saw a couple empty trips, and this is when Irvine made their run. Cypress shot 4 straight threes, missed them. And then Irvine Valley made their run down low. Cypress gets back into the ball game by going inside, getting a couple buckets there, getting fouled, then kicking out for a 3 and making that finally. So they're getting to the idea of having efficient play on the offensive end.
You talked about Orange Coast being an elite team here in the OEC, but I mean, if you had to say pecking order right now in just what you've seen,
OCC.
It's OCC and then just the rest. Would you put it that way?
I'm going to be argumentative today.
Okay.
So I'm going to say yes. It's OCC and everybody else in the OEC.
So everybody else in the OEC has to claw their way to be respected, liked, and thought of as a basketball program.
Yes.
Okay. Because, see, I would look at that on the men's side. Yeah, and we're going to get into that when we do the men's game, because I think the men's game is just a bunch of good teams. I don't think there's that outstanding team in the men's side that you get all hyped up about this year and say they're going to win state.
And that's why you love the fact that this year it's on both. Sequoias is undefeated. OCC is a returning champs. But because the teams are so good and well balanced right now, you can see upsets happening, and you wouldn't call them upsets because the quality of play has improved. And so that's why you're going to throw out these statements at halftime to say, hey, these teams don't have a chance, because they actually do. But we're just going to throw it out there because we want that discussion. We want to rile some people up.
You know, we've talked about the growth of the women's game court. Title IX sitting to my left, Corey Nalen and myself, we've had the pleasure to really envelop ourselves in the women's games for the years. We want to thank Ed Ford for this, for all the years we broadcast women's sports here on SportsNetUSA.net. And Corey, a lot of the girls, a couple of the girls for Cypress College, when you look at what they want to do, they've already came out and said publicly, I want to play pro ball. So they look at this as being their next stepping stone. And with the way that women's basketball has expanded and there's money out there, baby, for those top players, this now gives these student athletes at the community college level an opportunity to not only play a sport they love, not only gain that dream that they have, but they might be able to make some bank on it along the way. And you've talked about for a lot of these community college players that even if they only go for a couple years at the next level, there's teams in Europe, there's teams in Australia. I know you've followed many of the women that we've followed over the years playing basketball, and you'll tell me, hey, they're in this international league or they're in that international league pursuing their gift of basketball, as we see that may be true for both these teams out here. Of course, you know this was a championship team at Cypress with Coach Moore. You look at her 24 years, 438 wins, 7 OEC championships, 3 coaches of the year, state championship in 2005. I think the most important thing about Coach Moore still being a mentor with this team is the top academic team they have had there for 2008, 2011, 2020, and 2022. Coach Moore has never forgot that they are student athletes in doing this. And, of course, I get to sort of puff off my chest because I went to Cal State University Long Beach. And Coach Moore is enshrined in the Hall of Fame in Ventura, the county of Ventura, and also she is on the wall at one of the better Cal State University Long Beach. She is on the Hall of Fame for women's basketball.
That team went to the Final Four.
Yeah. So, hey, got to give a little
Louisiana Tech, USC in that Final Four, and I always forget the 4th team.
All right, well, for all those disparaging remarks, make sure that's Corey Nalen. That's SportsNetUSA.net.
Bring it on. We love it.
We'd love to have you comment on it. We really would. Let us know what you think about the OEC. Where do you think your team may be going?
I want to hear from people from other conferences.
Yeah.
That tell us, yeah, the OEC, the OEC, the OEC. Well, what about this, this, and this? That's what we want to hear.
Southern California, you guys think you're on fire. Well, wait a minute, we are. So.
Cypress has the lead and the ball. Has the ball and we're tied. Kalisa Ng had 16 points in that first half to go along with 3 rebounds and a couple assists. Henderson hits Ng on the curl and she traveled. Again, indecision, Mark, where you should get the ball and go straight up. Go off backboard, get you 2 instead of making that extra pass. So Sadati, Henderson, Ng, Hayden, and Jackson, the 5 on the floor for the white jerseys, checkered down the side. Chargers, and there's Locani gets the bucket. (41-39) in favor of Irvine. And there's Sadati. 41-41 is the score. We've got a contest here, Mark, at Don Johnson Court. Okay, he tries it again, kicks out. Makuma misses the 3. Rebound, chase down, and here's Hayden on the right side. Hayden at the elbow, jumper, no good. Rebound, push off Sidoti.
And you do like the fact that when they make it, Corey, if the layup's not available, they're taking that little 15-footer, which is a really nice shot for them to take. They've been in rhythm with it tonight, and they're using that. This has really been a fun women's game. If you're out in the area, make sure you stop by Cypress College and watch all their sports they have to offer. If you can't make it, watch it on Chargers Live or Sportsnet, USA.net.
McKinney one more time. Misses that one, and there's Henderson. And they got Sidoti on the push, not Henderson with the block. So second team foul. Juliet Cologne will check in for Mallory. So McKinney off the line. Barnett on one side of the key. Price on the other. Rims the first out. Makuma is one guard and Psyche is the other. Psyche led the way with 15 points in the first half for the Lasers. 42-41, just starting the third quarter. Hayden finds Henderson too low on the ground. Tie up, alternating arrow belongs to IVC.
Do you miss the old
yeah, I hate this rule. I really do.
All right.
It negates good defense by a defense. McKinney, right block, bullies her way down low, gets her own miss, and can't convert. Rebound chased down by Price. Second chance opportunity with the step through, no. Jackson with the forceful rebound is starting to break. Here she is and taken away by Makuma. Again, out of control, gets the ball taken away. Psyche with the 3. Looked good as soon as it left her hands. 45-41, 7:29 to play in the third quarter. Jackson and Cologne. She could make that. 45-44, Cypress down by 1, her second tray of the game. Here's Makuma up top. Not a threat to score much, but she can out there. Psyche has 18 points, leading all scorers. Barnett with 8, with 7, runs through the lane and converts. 47-44. This is their best shooting night of the season. Jackson with the pull-up. She back rims it, and Locani has a rebound. Irvine finding their stride, Mark. Down low, Barnett one more time. Finishes on a good initial entry pass, and it is a 49-44 lead. matching their biggest of the contest. This is a team that beat San Diego Mesa, one of the teams you were talking about. The three is missed by Cologne, chased down by Henderson, and she's fouled by Barnett. Or do they get Psyche? They get Barnett.
Corey, do you like the fact that Coach B, with 6 minutes to go left here in the third quarter, she's letting her team play through this, even though Irvine Valley's starting to pull away just a little?
I haven't started to pull away yet. You don't pull away until you get like to 8 points.
Okay. I've ridden with you in a car. I know how fast you pull away.
On the entry, Ing and Jackson at the elbow. Passes up a shot. Henderson. Cologne on the right side. She leaves it, tries to dump it down. Psyche. If they make it here, Mark, then you'll probably see a timeout. Both teams have 4 timeouts remaining for the ball game. 5:48 to play. That's Alapati will check in, along with Lopez at the next dead ball for Cypress. Actually, it's just going to be Lopez, and there's a kick to Williams, who checked in for Price. Lopez in, Hayden out. DeForest in, who had 11 points in the first half. Barnett out, Price back in. Makuma working on Ing and throws it away. Smiling to herself, knowing she had a player who was going to be open on that wing.
Well, when you take your eyes off the ball, Corey, it's like anything else, even in the game of basketball, no matter what the sport is. And every once in a while, when you're on to get that perfect bounce pass, you're looking to move before you have control of the basketball.
Reach in, poked away. You know what, Mark? Here's where you reach in, I'm teaching kind of moment here. That's a reach. And there you go, Mark. There's a foul on Makuma. And the Irvine Valley's people want to charge.
They want a little forearm on that.
You know what reaching the teaching means? You reach, you get the forearm. I'm teaching not to reach in again. And I hope she's okay, because that's the second time she's been down.
And so they've got somebody walking across the court. They immediately want to stop it. She went across court. She walked away and then went down, and the coaches went and followed her. And I love the fact that the coaches are more concerned about a student athlete than anything else.
And that's not the type of teaching, though, that you need. Because that's one of those where it could have been both ways. And there's a drive by Lopez. And let's just hope Makuma is okay. She's played hard. She's really the key to this offense and to this team, Mark. And here's Price at the three-point line. DeForest underneath, down low, misses with the left, gets her own rebound, and she's fouled by Cologne. And it's funny, Mark, Cologne doesn't think the foul is on her, but again, you reach down just a little bit, that downward momentum in motion is going to get that foul called each time.
Well, you like what Gianni does is she goes down low, she turns to her left, she works her way back, turning back to the right with an easier layup opportunity. Misses her shot, but then she follows it up, Corey, and puts it back up to make sure she gets something out of the trip down.
And DeForest misses her first free throw missed in the ball game. And you know what's interesting about Makuma over there, Mark? That used to be me when I played.
Well, watching with popcorn?
No, elbow to the face because I keep reaching in. 450 to 44. But again, you keep doing it, it's going to pay up dividends later on in the ball game where a player might get relaxed. Here's Lopez. Irvine, strict person-to-person defense this whole game. Ing drives on Ho, and there's a touch foul.
And so your Chargers have lost that feeling and that touch and that momentum right now. There isn't that one person that is hot anymore. We'll see if it affects their psyche here in the floor with 4:29 to go.
There's no longer that intent and purpose on the offensive side of the ball. And you can see it cracking just a little bit. 6-point lead for the Lasers. 4:29 to play. This is a team that only averages 57 points a game, Mark, in Irvine Valley. And there's a foul on Kavani Williams. On Wednesday, they lost their first matchup with Cypress, trying to cut this 6-point deficit and a turnover. Not going to be able to do it that way. Irvine Valley, Mark, scored 61 in the loss to Santa Ana on Wednesday. They lost 71-61. But it seems like they're finding some type of offensive rhythm the last few games. Psyche down low. Good defense by Lopez. Hands up, steals the ball. Jackson trying to make him pay with under 4 to play in the third. Then there's a hold on Ing. 14 fouls apiece. Got Samantha Barnett back in from Downey. She's in for Kavana Williams. Price will inbound to Psyche. DeForest also in with Barnett. And Ho. Working, little baby hook. The other way, turn Alapati gets hit on the arm, no foul. And the Lasers coming the other way. Now, Mark, is the time that they're starting to pull away. 52-44, an 8-point lead. 3:09. Let's go back to the player who's got 14 points. Can't stop me. They do that time. Here's Jackson the other way.
Again, a good shot by her going down low, moving the defender and getting the shot that she wanted.
Again, Mark, no purpose on the offensive side of the ball. And another moving screen.
And Corey, when you saw that, Apati basically turned around and gave a push. And I think it's a frustration push, and there's the timeout we get on the floor with 2:47 to go. It's the Lasers over your Chargers, 52-44, here on Chargers Live and Sportsnet, USA.net. So right now, your Chargers, well, they're within striking distance of their season average of 62.9 points a game. When you look at it's out here and when you want to look at everything else, I've got to love that you look at some of these players out here like Jackson, who's a business player. One of the few players for Cypress that I brought up about her. She actually does want to play overseas. She has talked about it. And then you look at Hayden, too, another dreamer on this team that has said openly, my dream, what do I want to do? I want to play ball.
Three timeouts remaining for the Chargers. With 2:45 to play in the third quarter, they're down 8, and the Lasers have the ball. In that blue and gray, the white numbers and lettering. DeForest is not being stopped. Leaves it for Barnett underneath. No. Jackson got to stay in control. Offensive foul.
I can tell you, up here next to me, Corey Nalen was calling that a block when it happened. I mean, if they're going to give you lip, we might as well let the Irvine people come after you, too. Referee Nalen, not happy with the call.
That's the beautiful thing about being up here. You're always right and you're always wrong. Williams, Price, in the corner. Or excuse me, that's Makuma back in the ball game. Connected for three. 55-44. Haruka. 1:53 to play in the third. Jackson, Lopez, Ing drives on Makuma with the runner. Trying to keep the Chargers in the ball game. 55-46 down low. DeForest once again blocked by Henderson.
And you know what? I like DeForest. Corey, you watch her where she goes down. She goes down, she gets in her position, she immediately uses her ability to maneuver the defender out of the way by moving her feet as an offensive player.
Psyche along with the three. Here's Lopez, a chance to take a run with 90 seconds to play in the quarter. Inga Hernandez spins, left block, gets DeForest in the air, but can't convert. But she'll head to the line. Shooting 2 free throws is Mariah Hernandez. Freshman from Brea High School. 5'10" business major. DeForest comes out with 14 points. And in is Nariah Lokeni. Henderson averaging 7 points a game. Cuts the lead back to 8. Shoots 67% from the free throw line. Freshman makes one, misses one. Rebound chased down by Psyche. 1:10 to play. Price is open. And Mark Irvine, from the middle of the second quarter on, they have had the intent and purpose on the offensive side of the ball. Kick out for Lopez. Good rotation. Buries it down, 57-50. And that was a good offensive possession, drive, and dish. Down low. Better offensive, but the execution's not there. Backdoor screen. Hayden, don't force it. All the way, kick out. Lopez steps back for another 3. Over the backboard, no. Rush.
Hey, Corey, this is where you'll see it, where somebody makes a drive, they go down in the basket. You're trying to set up the other person. They're not in the right position to take that 3-point. They back up 5 feet. They're not set. When they've got to be shooting forwards, they're going backward with a body motion, and that gives you no energy going towards the basket, plus it gives you no feel going towards the basket.
Up by 7, and the Lasers have the ball. Dangerous pass. Barnett down low. Lokeni. So Lokeni with another bucket. She's had a strong third quarter with 4. Down by 9. Ing. They don't get a shot off. And that'll end the third quarter of play, with Irvine Valley with the 59-50 lead over the Chargers on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net.
Well, you know, we've talked about everything that's going on, so I might as well talk about the next level up. If you love women's basketball, you've got to love what's going on in Southern California right now with women's basketball. UCLA, number 1 in the nation, 15-0. South Carolina, 14-1 is 2. Notre Dame is number 3 at 12-2. And then sitting at number 4 is USC. Texas is 5. LSU is 6 at 17-0. And then when you're talking about the West Coast, the other two West Coast teams in the 25, Utah at number 22, 12-2. And then California 14-2, sitting there at 24. Corey, I tell you what, basketball is strong in California and on the West Coast. There's a lot of talented women. This should be a fun year. UCLA has really stepped it up this year for the women's game here in Southern California.
They have the 1 or 2 best recruiting class, junior class, coming out of high school, and now they're paying dividends. There were a couple people's upset special last year to win the title. They did not, but this year they're coming back with the best player, arguably, in college basketball, at least for this year. A couple others will have a Hannah Hidalgo, and Juju Watkins may have something to say about that. But Lauren Betts is not bad for UCLA. So let's see what the Chargers can do in the fourth quarter. They got 10 minutes to get back. Henderson has it poked away by Price. So resetting. The lineup is Henderson and Hayden will inbound. Ng, Jackson, and Lopez. And another steal by Makuma. The heart and soul of the team comes back after getting her wrist sat on. After getting elbowed in the eye, she came back, hit a 3, and now a steal. Almost a 5-second violation. Makuma in the lane. Doesn't get the roll. Last touch by Hayden. No, they say last touch by Price. That's one of those, Mark, where I don't want to call a foul on Price. So I'm just going to say out of bounds on Price. 9:12 to play. 59-50. Make it 59-53. And that is the second 3 put down by Lopez in this second half. (61-53), 8:43 to play in the ball game. Hayden, all the way, throws it right to Makuma. Jordy Hayden's got to shoot that every single time, Mark. There's no reason to drive and dish that out. And that's another turnover. We'll get to some team stats in just a moment. Then Price says that's how you're supposed to do it. Now they're with their biggest lead of 10, 63-53.
Well, and the thing that you're seeing now here from Cypress is what they had working as they make the drive and miss an easy layup are the things that we did not see in the first half.
And that was Ng, who has 18 points leading the way. Jackson's guarding Barnett. She's got 8 points and 10 rebounds. Price trying to find her groove. Well, Kenny found her groove in the third quarter. Blocked by Henderson. But again, the hustle points go to the Blazers, but there's a turnover. Here's Kalisa crossing over. Jackson underneath, blocked from behind by Price. Opportunity after opportunity missed by the Chargers. Timeout taken by the Blazers. They've got 3 remaining on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net.
Well, you saw what worked in the first half for the Cypress Chargers, and Corey, they walked away from it. They've gone to more 3-point opportunities to have. And then, once you start missing shots, I'm going to go back to what Coach B said. You got to have confidence out there. You can see the confidence slowly leaving the young women on the court. And it's like, here, you take the shot. Oh, I've got to do a layoff. Let me kick it out. Go ahead and take the 3-point shot. Irvine Valley on the other side has decided, hey, what's worked for us? Hey, if we make cornbread and that's all we make, it's the best cornbread in the world, we'll sell it. We don't need to be like the Cypress Bakery that, hey, if that product's not selling, we're going to make something new. So right now, down by 10, your Cypress Chargers need to find an answer. And don't forget, hey, if you're around, take time out to think about the individuals that are out there that are need help with the fires that are going on in Southern California. All sorts of organizations that are willing to help. If you have the time, the extra change, make sure you look to help your neighbors in Southern California with the tragedy that's going on in the LA region. We've got our heart out to all of them here from Cypress College and SportsNetUSA.net.
10-point lead for the Lasers with the ball. Barnett, DeForest back in after the timeout. And there is a travel. DeForest doesn't like it, but she did take a little hop. So the Chargers trying to capitalize on it. Juliette Colon, who can shoot the three. Hernandez in the front court. In the back court, Jackson, Lopez, who's made 2 threes in the second half, and Ng.
And Corey, here's the thing. You can't do that. You can't turn over the basketball. You've got to play solid offense and then excellent defense. You've got to make a stop to get back in the game. It's not about how many you score. It's about how many times you can score. Like there, now you've got to make a defensive play.
9 turnovers in the third quarter for the Chargers, 22 for the game. 2 for IVC in the quarter, 13 for the game. Down low. DeForest says, That's a grown folk move, Mark.
She's had a heck of a second half, hasn't she?
16 points for the game. Alone for 3. Rebound chase down, loose ball foul. They're going to get Barnett. They get Barnett with the loose ball foul. That's 4 on Barnett. And in is Cavani Williams for Samantha Barnett. Back in is Mocha Saiki. Out is Haruka Makuma. Henderson in the key makes it count.
And again, I'm going to be the willy-nilly on this broadcast. You've got to make a stop. You've got to play solid defense.
Rojo picked up by Lopez. Drives the right side. Can't get the back door. Good defense by the Chargers with 6 to shoot. Williams tripped up with 3. Price with 2. And as great defense as you just played, the buzzer beater is gotten by Price. Here's Hernandez. She's body bumped. Second team foul.
And sometimes you can play good defense and better offense is going to beat you. But if you play good defense every time down and make the stops, go and get the loose ball, then you've got that opportunity. Plus, Corey brought over turnovers, and everybody knows that assist to turnover ratio is one of my categories that I just go crazy looking at.
Jackson in double figures. She's got a double-double with 10 and 11. Almost a turnover in the backcourt. And there's a 10-second violation. And you talk about turnovers, Mark.
But, Corey, that goes with solid defense right there. That's what you need to do right now. You need to do that for the next 5 minutes if you want to beat Irvine Valley.
Down by 8 with the ball.
Take a 2-point shot if you get an easy 2-point shot. You don't need a 3 here. No time to panic yet on the floor.
Being bodied up by Ho. Lopez and Cologne. Kick out to Elite Kalisa. Juliet passed on a three. Gets to the lane. And there's a foul by DeForest.
And now here's the whole thing that if you've listened to enough Cypress basketball, and I, Corey and I, Coach Al-Hadif agreed with me when I said what you should shoot as a team. Corey will say this is where you need to shoot Mark's numbers in a game. So he looks at it a little differently than I do, but yet the outcome's still the same. Got to make the free throw because that's what it is. It's free. Second opportunity. If you miss, got to get the ball. Comes off, got to fight for it. We're going to get a loose ball foul. And Corey, talk about a play that was one that I wouldn't have blown a whistle on. But they say a little hand in the back, so.
And that's 14 fouls on Irvine. So if you can get one more on him with 4 minutes to play, you'll go to the free throw line every single time. Poked away by Price. And I need to learn how to drink some water.
Yeah, I was going to say it. You know what? You need to go downstairs and get some water, like maybe 5 or 6 cups for the men's game.
Then learn how to drink it. Oh, man. Down low, Jackson gets away. Too hot to handle to Hernandez. Pressure remains. 4 to get over, and they do. Lokini all the way and finishes. So it's back up to 10, Mark. Good handle of the pressure. Ing with the left. She now has 20 points. Almost textbook on how to break a press, but they didn't finish. Lopez cross-court pass, almost stolen by Price. Here's Kalisa one more time, gets a block, gets it back. Jackson on the third chance now. And Price patrolling the board, brings the ball up the floor. No numbers, so they slow it up with 3:30 to play. O'Kinney kicks it out. Psyche. 72-61. Timeout Chargers on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net.
Well, Irvine Valley has answered the bell every opportunity they've had in this game this night. They've come up and made the shots they've had it, being an open three, being it running the floor, breaking the press, which you've seen here on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net with Mr. Nalen and the old guy. They have shown the way you play basketball. Cypress on the flip side, when they've had the opportunities, have just felt that extra added pressure that they've put on themselves, thinking they've got to make that shot at the right time. Still, they're within reach with 3:18 to go. They're only down by 11, and all you need to do is make a couple stops, some easy layups. Corey, like you've already said, the foul count is in your favor, and when you go to the charity stripe, you've got to make those free throws.
Yes, you do.
Should have called me and told me what was going on with it. I'd have picked you up a big bottle of Vicks. I'd have given you a teaspoon and had you eat it.
Well, no, it's not that. It's the allergies.
Like I said, I'd have given you some Vicks and made you, and then you go, oh, I know. Yeah, the weather is nasty out. The wind is really, really doing a number on a lot of people. That with the dust and pollen in the air.
So the Chargers, their biggest deficit of the game, which is 11, and there is a double dribble. Kalisa thought it was poked away. But again, Makuma, who has been that pest hounding the ball all game, creates another turnover. She's now in the front court and bumped from behind.
And Corey, the ball was knocked away, but when it was picked up on stopping somebody's dribble. And so therefore, that's why they called a double dribble.
That's not a double dribble.
I didn't think it was a double dribble, no.
I thought it was a double dribble. I thought it went off her body. Here's Lokene not backing down Jackson. She takes it away. Jackson 2-on-1. Leaves it for Henderson.
And Corey, you've talked about it. You're making that 201 break. You've got to get the defense to commit to you, to stop you before you give up the basketball.
Yes. If they don't stop you like that, you go all the way. Misses the layup, blocked from behind by Ing. But again, you go to the bucket until they stop you. And there's Makuma one more time. I love the way she plays, Mark.
She's sassy, isn't she?
She
We're
reaches
gonna get
in.
technical in a second if you don't walk away.
Mark, the thing is, she reaches in. She's one of those type of players who gets under your skin. And if you don't call those fouls, and that wasn't a foul, you're going to frustrate the opponent, and that's what they've done with two Charger players getting frustrated, again, because the execution is not there going to the basket, not being decisive with the ball. Players like Makuma can get under your skin. And if you're a team out there, you always want a player, excuse me, you always want a player like Haruka on your team because she is that driving force.
So we'll see what the officials are talking about, Corey. To me, they're taking way too much time to even decide about what might have been going on between the two players. If they call a double technical, I'll say why. Oh. They did.
So they call a foul on Kalisa, and then they get a double technical on both squad. So Jackson gets a tee, along with, I believe they gave it to Makuma.
Yeah. And to me, just let it go. Call the initial foul, walk up to both of the players and say, hey, look, let's knock it off. I don't need to call a double T. With 2:27 to go, no, I don't call it.
Don't mind it. Because that's not the first time that it's been simmering for the last few minutes. So this right here is when you stop the simmer.
I'm already irritated. Giving me a T ain't gonna stop my simmer.
So what they do is they call a foul on Haruka, then get the double T. I think, but we're gonna have to see how this plays out because it doesn't.
So, Corey, now we're having a player taken off the court.
DeForest.
Yeah, did DeForest just get taken off the court? Is she out of the game? She has 5, so they called the foul on DeForest. Okay. The first free throw was good.
She got the technical.
Oh, is that who got the technical? So if it was a double technical, why is she
Not a double
rejected?
technical.
Well, but what did Cypress gain?
2 points.
They were going to get that on the foul anyway.
2 points.
You're going to have to explain that one to me with the technical.
No, it was a double because Jackson got one too, and Journey gets a block. 1-on-none with the left and finishes. So Cypress cuts it to 7.
Make a stop. You got to step up. There was a travel. Never called. Ball was picked up. Foot slid. That was a travel. Missed the first one. Got the second one. My voice carries.
So down 7, 90 seconds to play in the ball game. Journey Hayden has the last layup. She drives one more time with the right. And she cuts it to 5. As you see here on the replay, again, splits the defenders and converts.
And like you said, Corey, always finish. Don't look for the contact, which she didn't. She got the contact, but she finished to make a possible three-point play.
And she completes a three-point play, and it's now 72-68. And there's almost a turnover, and there is a turnover saved by Journey. Henderson, she gets to the block, she misses. Rebound by Jackson, second chance opportunity. Kalisa for 3, air ball. 107 remains, and Cypress is down by 4. Timeout taken by Irvine Valley. Both teams have 2 remaining. And this is a 30-second timeout on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net.
So the Chargers still have an opportunity. They can make the stop here again defensively, make them get that easy basket, be within 2, easily have an opportunity to tie this game up and take it into overtime.
Mark Pavlovich bringing you the rest of the overtime period.
Get Corey Naylor to run down to the trainers and say, hey, drain my nose, will you? Open up my vocal cords before the men's game starts.
Should have brought that tea with me. Breaking the press is Lokini. Almost stolen, it is stolen. Instead of going straight for the layup, brings it right back, and here's Hayden one more time, blocked by Price. Hands all over the place, and loose ball foul called on Journey Orange Chris. Take your pick.
The clock keeps running.
And it came back with 107. We
What?
went up and down, so that's at least 12 seconds.
Something wrong with the clock.
Yeah. So 49.2 is when it stopped here. So he probably reset it to about 54.
Well, the clock down there just keeps running. So it's not going anyplace, but it just keeps running. Sort of like me.
So again, Hayden one more time, got the look she wanted, but again, did not finish. So because she didn't finish, loose ball on the floor. That's only the 3rd team foul for Cypress. So they got 2 more to give. before Irvine shoots free throws. So what they're going to use is if you've never been here to Don Johnson Court, an outstanding scoreboard on the Irvine Valley side is what they're going to use. So 49.2, they don't add time. So the clock was correct. Makuma to Barnett, and here's Psyche with 41. So there's about 18 seconds differential between the game and the shot clock. Cypress does not need to foul with 13. They should not foul and bail them out here with 7. Psyche in the corner. Makuma. Haruka. That's your player of the game right there, Mark. She played well. DeForest played well for Irvine. They kept them in, kept the balance, kept them motivated for Irvine Valley. Cypress has got 21.9 to pull off something significant if they got a chance, but they need to get a point on this possession. Down 7, you need to make a 3. If you don't get it, all over.
Yeah, and what happened is Cypress lost the rhythm that they had in the first half. The ability to shoot the basketball, which really, really hurt them and put them into a dry spell. And so their shooting percentage went down, the amount of points they got. And then they had too many turnovers. Corey talked about the amount of turnovers that they had in the third period alone, where the assisted turnover ratio was basically a minus 11.
This is the best game they played all year. They beat San Diego Mesa, who beat Cypress when we were at that ball game, which San Diego Mesa beat Cypress. That game was 46-45. This game, they're shooting 50% from the field, 66 from 3, and 75% from the line. Lopez, step back, needed, got it. With 17, now you foul quickly. If you don't get a steal, you don't get a steal, but you get a foul, you stay here. As Price gets called for the foul, and that will send Andrea Lopez to the line for 2. 14.5 to play. 75-71 as Williams and Makuma check back in to join Price, Barnett, and Psyche. And Cypress, for that lack of rhythm they've had in the second half, they're still shooting 47% from the field, but needed that free throw. Now they're 9 of 13 from the charity stripe.
Well, they need this free throw. They need one of these two. They'd only be down by 3.
They needed both. Second free throw is good. 75-72. And if you're not familiar with the women's game, timeout by Irvine Valley, you get to advance to half court. So again, that's why you needed both those free throws. In the backcourt, you've been playing well, forcing those turnovers. In the front court, be a little bit more difficult, as if Irvine Valley gets a step on you, go straight to the basket to score with 14.5 seconds to play. Don't forget, 7 o'clock. And it'll be a little bit after 7 o'clock mark. The men host Santa Ana, and we'll be on the call for that one.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with the men's side of the OEC here at Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net. East LA going on tonight on SportsNetUSA.net.
You've got to foul. You've got to foul. You've got to foul. So, Mark, there was 14 and a half seconds remaining You have to foul down by 3 as quickly as possible to maximize your opportunities. And that's because that's only the 4th team foul. Next foul puts them in the bonus. If they do get a steal first, we'll see. Inbound to Makuma, to Price. Now you have to foul. And that'll put him at the free throw line with 3.2 seconds. Now you're hoping Irvine Valley misses both free throws. One will do it. (75-72). Over Irvine with the lead. Price, who's got 17 points, steps to the line. 3 rebounds to go along with 4 assists. And Mark, with the 2-possession game and only 3.2 seconds remaining, even though you have the 1 timeout to move to half court, you need to hope she misses this one. Or excuse me, that she makes this one and you get lucky. Misses that one just to keep it at 4 and get a 3-point or 4-point play. But again, 5-point lead with 3.2. We've seen some crazy things, but again, Mark, just execution and that consistency down the stretch, again, hurts Cypress in this ball game.
Yeah, well, you watch the way they played in the first half. And Corey, you even talked about it and said their shooting percentage is still up. A loss is nothing you celebrate, but you've got to look at the different change. Oh, Corey Nail has already given me the Brian Crook shaking the head. No, you're not going to find any positive for you out of this game?
No.
No?
No, you start 9-0. You start 9-0 with all the momentum. And as soon as Irvine Valley started to come back, all semblance of that game plan that was implemented went out the window. And they couldn't get back because by that time, Irvine Valley had all the confidence. And that's ball game, Mark. 77-72. Don't forget, men will come up and they'll take about 20 minutes, 25 minutes before they tip. And then you'll come back up, we'll pot back up, and then we'll be ready to go. So don't go anywhere. Actually, yeah, go to the bathroom, get you a little snack, get you some popcorn, make you a sandwich. Or if it's dinner time, reheat those leftovers.
Or if the wind or allergies are getting to you, run to the drugstore.
Dust. Just all up in there. So Haruka Mikuma had a strong game. She didn't put up the most points, Mark, but every crucial play it seemed that the Lasers needed, she was involved with.
Yeah, she played what you'd call is getting in the trenches basketball. She was the irritation. She made the big shots when she had to make them.
And Gianna DeForest down low really handled her business in the paint and was unstoppable.
Yeah, I thought DeForest really is the most valuable player of the game for me, for Irvine Valley. I know it's different from you, but it is for me. So the women end up losing a tough one to Irvine Valley as Irvine Valley comes away with a victory over your Cypress Chargers, 77-72. Stick around, we'll be back. The men will take on the Dons from Santa Ana here on Chargers Live and Sportsnet USA.net.
And welcome back to Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net as we move to Game 2 of the doubleheader tonight for your Cypress College Chargers as the women go down in defeat to Irvine Valley. The men host Santa Ana, and it should be an outstanding matchup as Santa Ana comes in at 11-6, 1-3 in conference play. Head coach is Dave Bragg in his 22nd season. And Cypress, not a surprise because we called it, but 3-1 in conference thus far, 13-4 overall on a 3-game win streak, and the number 1 defensive team in the state. Head coach is Andrew Alhadif.
Yeah, and Corey, you brought the whole thing up about this, the women's team being so competitive in the OEC, and now there was balance there. This is a hodgepodge. There's nobody in the OEC that I sit there and go, oh, that's the team to watch out for. You look at Fullerton on top, Cypress is there, Santiago Canyon's there, Riverside is there. Any of those 4 could win the OEC this year. And I'm going to go out there and say that.
No, I was going to say, let's continue with the controversy. Let's get everybody mad at us.
I tell you, yeah.
And remember, Coach Alhadif, tongue in cheek, it starts with Fullerton, and everybody else is playing second. Now let's hope that no, I'm kidding. That's not true, because Cypress is the team that we felt that was going to be that team in the mix to battle for a conference title this year.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's interesting, later on next week, we're going to have Fullerton against Cypress. And as much as they're sister schools in the NOCCD, talk to Perry Webster. He will tell you the one team I don't want winning the OEC is Cypress College. Talk to Coach Alhadif, and he'll say, I don't want Fullerton winning. They're very good friends. They get along. They're part of the brother and womanhood of the coaching staff. But, Corey, talk about 2 teams that are rivals. And you know what? Perry Webster, it's going to be a horse race to see who comes out on top here on the OEC on SportsNetUSA.net and Chargers Live.
Starting for Santa Ana in red, they'll be moving right to left to start off this first half of play. Cameron Swist, a 5'10 freshman from Pacifica Christian. Mac West wearing number 2 in red, 6'4 sophomore from Capistrano Valley Christian. Kelvonte Ellis out of Rappahannock High School in Warsaw, Virginia. Ben Ahinakwa out of Tustin. And Jackson Brennan, 6'4 freshman from Thunder Ridge High School in Highlands Ranch, Colorado, starting 5 for Santa Ana. For the Chargers, the point where it all begins for Cypress, Higgy Katoa gets the start tonight out of Honolulu. James Christian III, averaging 9 points a ball game. He's out of Banning High School. Peyton Guerrero, who's really stepped it up his sophomore season, averaging 12 points per ball game. He's playing this year as what was expected for him these last 2 years. He'll be all conference, along with Michael Wright, a 6'5 freshman from Cypress, and Danny Patton, 6'3 sophomore from St. Paul, round out the starting 5 for the Chargers in their gold uniforms and the blue checkering dashes around the sides and numbers. As this is going to be an outstanding matchup as 10 seconds on the shot clock. Katoa saves it to Christian III, but he steps out of bounds. First possession results in a turnover. As you have teams that Cypress, outstanding defense, top 10 in defense in the state ever since Drew took over. Outstanding. Santa Ana this year likes to get up and down. They're averaging 84 points a game. Cypress only giving up 61. And there is Jackson Brennan, who starts the ball game off with a triple. Brennan on the season is averaging 12.8 points a game. Third on the team, here's Michael Wright, Cypress' leading scorer. Patton to Wright with 8. steps out for a three, and this is something, and James Christian III saves it. And Mark Cypress has been shooting a three better since they got to conference play.
Yeah, well, one of the things that they do too, Corey, is they don't hesitate to go down low as that foul is called against your Cypress Chargers. Oh, traveling on the play?
Good defense on the interior by Hinnequa, excuse me. And there's a drive-by by Cameron Swist.
Great first step on that. That's what got him to the basket.
And offensively, Cypress likes to play deliberate. Guerrero double-teamed in the corner. Christian the third says yes, you had it right. The third as a triple is down. 18:04. Just started here in the first half. And Cypress calls a timeout. Coach Al-Hadif not happy what he sees in the first 156.
Well, Corey, you talk about it with balance on the Cypress team. When Wright's out there, 14.1, Guerrero 12.1, Christian 8.9, Rivera 8.6, Albertini, who is there, and Patton, who will play 7.3, 6.8 is what. So you've got a really good balance with 6 players from this Cypress team that can all score. None of them are going to put up 40 in a game, but they can all put up double figures.
5-3. Just started the second game of the doubleheader. Man-to-man defense by the Chargers. Mac West launches and connects. And that is one thing they can't do is shoot the rock. Been watching one of the teams we've been watching all season has been the Dons, as there's a kick by Brennan.
Well, I mean, if you look at the history of Santa Ana, Corey, they were a conference power for many, many years. Now we're going back in history when we say that.
Not that
but
long
it doesn't
ago.
mean
Back-to-back championships in the early 90s.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they can't bring it back to find that mojo that they once had on being a championship program.
Katoa, strong second season. And Patton breaking down the 2-3 zone, misses with the left. Coaches thought he was bumped. And here are the Dons the other way. Check it in for the first time is Kamari Washington, number 55 in red for the Dons, and the three is missed by Swist. Christian III has the only bucket for the Chargers. Not anymore, as Michael Wright has a three. As a team, they shoot 32% from three-point line, and they lead the conference in free throw percentage as a team with 73.9, so we'll just give them 74. West, out of Capo Valley, Christian turns it over, gets it back and goes off of Katoa's foot.
So you could see when I sat down and talked with Coach Al-Hadif about free throws, you saw what happened the following year. They got better at the line. Yeah. Old men talking basketball, that's what happens.
Hesitation dribble by Swift in the lane with the left. He's bumped, and he'll head to the line.
And Corey, that's one thing you'll see about Santa Ana. We've already seen it twice in this game. When they make that first step, it is a positive stride towards the basket, which catches the defender off guard. So the first free throw is good. Santa Ana up by 3 now, 9-6.
Second free throw off right. Jack Rivera checks in for the first time for the Chargers. He's a 6'2 freshman from Santa Ana High School. Along with the aforementioned Vincent Albertini wearing number 24 in gold, Katoa misses off the backboard. Here's Brennan. A nice move and dribble A lot of people like to do the Euro step on that one. I like the way he kept his bounce and maneuvered to the left side to convert. 11-6 the score. Albertini to Rivera. He's one of those players, Mark, that's a winner. And he comes out there, proven commodity from the high school ranks. Albertini misses the three, and the loose ball comes to Guerrero. He loses it out of bounds. Last touched by Guerrero. Looked like it was poked away by Washington.
And you watch the positioning by your Chargers when they get underneath the basket. Even though they may be short in stature in some positions, they find a great way to position themselves to get the rebounds.
Javon Maxwell checks in for the Dons, along with Jatisse Hayes. He's got the ball now. Hayes out of Moreno Valley to Mac West, who has a three. Steps back. He's got 2 threes now. He is one of the most offensively versatile players in the OEC, Mark. He can score inside, outside, athletic. He slashes. Here's Rivera needing the counter. His Chargers down early by 8. Skip pass to Guerrero. He can hit that. You like the skip as well to find the open player in the corner. Breaking down that zone on the replay here. Sets his feet and splashed it home. Back to live action. Reach in foul by Higgy.
And you watch the Dons from the prolific shooters. What they do is they'll take that initial first step towards the basket. That gets the defender to step backwards quickly and free people up. Then it allows them to have a great open three-point shot.
Isaiah Valenzuela checks in for the Chargers, 32 in gold with Rivera, Albertini. James Christian at third back along with Michael Wright. 14-9. Dons with the lead and the ball. Hayes triple team. He has a kick out. Open is Washington. Damari is the 6th person, might be the 6th person of the year in conference. Tied for the team lead in scoring, and there's a tie-up at midcourt. And it hits the Hall of Famer in the front row. And they're going to say last touch by the Dons. No, they call a foul on Valenzuela.
Yeah, he got arm on that when he tried to get the ball back.
Ellis will inbound. Hayes in the backcourt with him. Javon Maxwell, Damari Washington, and Mac West on the floor. And there's a timeout on the floor because the person that was injured, the scorekeeper, and the ball hit him right in the head, and so they're checking on him now. Talking about one of the most versatile employees here at Cypress.
Well, you look at all the people here in the athletic department and the kindness and everything they show to the people that they associate with, and then multi-talented individuals too. So remember, it's not just the coaches and the student athletes. It's a variety of people to make sure all these games happen here at Cypress College.
14-20 to play in the first half. Just started here at Don Johnson Court. This is second game of the doubleheader. As you see, Don's up 17-9. Chargers man-to-man defense. Washington drives, little pocket pass down low to Ellis. Efficient offense. 19-9. We've seen the Dons get out to early leads this season, and then the finish been hit and miss. Christian the third. James has 2 buckets. And a nice little mid-range game he's got there. As you see the pump fake in the replay. Ball knocked out of bounds with 20 seconds to shoot. Hayes wants a screen from Ellis. He gets it on this near side. Washington, Albertini, who's a bounce back, working on him. The lefty goes down to the blocks. Scrum on the floor. And a shot clock violation because Cypress had possession. They don't stop it. Poor pass, poor spacing on a break on a 2-on-1. You don't come up with anything. 13:04 to play in the half, and it's 19-11.
And you watch the Dons, they do, Corey, they run the scrapes really well. Just enough body to take somebody off defensively, open up the offensive player, and give him room.
And you might see as there's a skip pass to Hayes, he gets into the key as he maneuvers, misses the floater, right with his third rebound. You might see the Chargers start to switch every screen set. A very well-balanced team. Rivera gets baseline, he's bumped, there's a blocking foul. That goes against Maxwell, the team's first.
Step to his left and a quick step to the right. And this is the thing that's always that I've thought when I watch basketball, to watch that person that's got that first quick step. They don't need to be faster than everybody. They just need to get in front of somebody on the court, and then you're trailing defensively. And there's nothing like trailing on a defensive play.
In the corner to Valenzuela. On baseline. That's the at least the third tipped pass by the Dons, 15 to shoot.
Well, watch them, Corey. We've often said to play defense, you play it with your feet first, then with your hands, then with your body.
Albertini on the inbound finds Rivera one more time. Valenzuela with 10, with 6, Wright with 5, misses the 3, rebound taken away from Albertini. Cypress sideline's not happy with the no call on the loose ball. Again, a quote to Jack to Brennan. That's Jalen Constantino who's in for the first time. No look cross-court pass, resulting in a travel by Washington. Remember that triple threat position you're supposed to be in? Washington, well, he wasn't in it, resulting in a travel. Because if he was, he gets that pass, raises up for a 3.
Yeah, he tried to reset, Corey. I mean, you've got to be ready to go when the ball's thrown your direction.
Like Jack Rivera. He misses from the baseline. That rebound to Albertini. Right block gets 2 people up. And popcorn tastes good. Had salt and butter on that one, 19-13. Here's West, little push off on the top, creates space. Somebody opened the door. Draft came through.
Hey, he created space. There was a lot of space around the basket instead of at the basket.
Tyler Peterson checks in for Santa Ana. Higgy Katoa with the ball back in for the Chargers. And Santa Ana, you already know, Mark, they can go 10, 12 deep on that roster because they like to get up and down, averaging 84. Albertini was wide open for 3 seconds. And on that 5th second, he decides, oh, let me just score.
Well, nobody came over to play defense against him. They watched him. They said, hey, nice little pass. Oh, while you're standing there, do you want to do something? He said, yeah, I guess I'll score.
Constantino misses the 15-footer. 19-15, and this is the Chargers' pace. Even though the Dons have gotten out early with halfway through the first half, there's no hecticness. It's always at the Chargers' pace. And it's funny, always thinking of Drew Al-Hadaf and where he played and what he did in college, as a 3 is missed by Christian III, his first miss of the game. How up-tempo his college career was. How prolific as a player he was, getting up and down. And there's a charge or block. They say block. I'm guessing they're saying Higgy didn't allow him to take that first step.
But if you get up and down on the court like he did, and you could put the basket in front of you and the ball inside the basket the way he did, you can go up and down the court. We've watched some Cypress teams that have tried to do that, Corey, and couldn't get the ball in the basket. So he will coach the ability of his players. That's what makes Coach Al-Hadaf such a good coach.
Very methodical on the sideline. West, pull up.
They're going to say caught him with the lower body. I thought it was pretty good.
Theatrics.
Yeah, I thought it was good defense.
It was great defense. Theatrics from West. Albertini picks up the foul.
And Albertini rises up well. When you watch him when he goes for a rebound and everything, he uses and extends his entire body to get the right position, get the most out of his length.
14.5 points a game for Mac West. 6 rebounds. 69% from the charity stripe. And it's one of those things, people are starting to compare basketball theatrics to soccer theatrics. That's one of the reasons why. 20-15. Outstanding player as he is. Guerrero back in the ball game, along with Patton and Wright. Also is Dante Henderson wearing number 2 in gold. That's number 5 in gold. And Peyton Guerrero, Mark, he's got unlimited talent that he hasn't been able to tap into yet. He's just finding it his sophomore year. There's a 3 that's missed. And Cypress with the chance to tie or take the lead. Guerrero has a chance. He can give you 15, 8, and 7 every single night. Patton and Henderson working up top. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Pavlovich. Doesn't it seem like Santa Ana's been in control of this whole first half?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, they really do. They have.
Patton misses, re-ups, and ties the game up at 20.
But what you've seen Cypress do is Cypress has played the dirty basketball. In other words, they've gone and got those balls that are laying on the ground. They've made the rebounds. They've helped each other defensively.
Brennan on the miss. Here's Peterson, throws up an area. Peterson one more time straight away. Said, let me redeem myself, homeboy. 23-20.
And of course, if you're new to collegiate basketball, the women play in quarters, the men play in halves.
Guerrero 3 for 3. Whew.
He says, I'm just going to prove Mr. Nailing right here.
6'4" sophomore from Ocean View forces Santa Ana to call a timeout with 7:38 to play in the first half. It is 23-all on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net. The business major is all business in this first half of play with 9 quick points.
Well, you know why? Because he's multifaceted as an athlete. He likes to play basketball. He played a little football, and then he heads down to the beach when the water is cold and the waves are up, gets the board out there, puts a little sex wax on that board, gets on that board, and surfs for a while. You've talked about multifaceted athletes are good for the game of basketball, and there's a young man that portrays what you talk about.
Yeah, multifaceted athletes, dual sports, tri-sport athletes. They bring so much more to the table in all sports than just a single sport athlete. And I don't think you'll ever change my mind about that because it allows you for differing situations and allows you to use cliches like think outside of the box. Out of that timeout, tried to get it down low to Brennan. Had it poked away by Guerrero, who get you a couple steals a game. Let's reset with Henderson, Christian, Patton, and Wright, and Guerrero for the Chargers. Inbounding will be West with Washington, Brennan, Maxwell, and Swiss. Inbound chased down by Maxwell and given up and taken by Henderson out of Savannah High School. So Cypress looking to take their first lead of the game at 23-23. There's a 1-2-2 employed by the Dons. Down low, almost a great entry pass, hit the rim and got away from Wright. Washington now to Swiss. Swiss out of Pacifica Christian High School. Just watched a tournament that they hosted last week. In the lane, and a fortuitous bounce to Brennan. He says, look what I found here, a lucky penny.
So, I mean, almost a good entry pass. Is that like me taking almost a good shot?
No. It's more like the announcer thought it was going to do something better and then had to change his mind and messed it up. For you sportscasting kids out there, don't anticipate. Wright will inbound on the baseline. He wants Patton. He gets Patton, the lefty, in the lane. Strong! Ties it at 25, 6:20 to go in the half.
And that's what you like about Patton, Corey. When he decides to go to the basket, he goes to the basket.
Yeah, Cameron Swiss said, okay, I'm going to do the same thing Danny just did.
He doesn't say, hey, let me look pretty going to the basket. His point is, let me score at the basket.
Like that 2-yard run yesterday at the goal line. Swiss, not quite a swish, but he'll take the point, 26-25. 16 fouls for the Chargers, 2 for the Dons. (27-25). 5 timeouts remaining for both squads. Henderson hands to Christian. And an amoeba they're running. Not quite a 1-2-2, not quite a 1-3-3. There's 9 on the shot clock. Kick out. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but give me 4 of these. And there's an offensive foul. Player control.
Little shoving going on right now. And this is where you really need to step in. And you talked about it before, Corey. We talked about it in the women's game. But here in the men's game, they need to, shut it down and actually step in and keep an eye on somebody so that nobody gets upset going back and forth. So let the referees sort out who on what, why, how, and where.
It's annoying, Mark. It really is annoying. I'll give you an honest take on this.
Okay.
It's annoying. There's no need for that, okay? Everybody got to prove something. That's fine. But you get one bump, let it walk. I get bumped, now I got to bump you. People got to get home. We don't need this.
Well, here's the thing, too, Corey. What's the best way to make somebody feel bad if you're playing a game? Beat them in the game. You can say everything you want to me, but at the end of the game, I end up beating you, and I made you look like a fool. I get to tell everybody that. You can tell everybody how tough and what you said to me and everything else, and at the end of the game, you know what? I show you the ring and say that's what it's all about.
Scoreboard always wins.
Yeah, it really does, and
You don't mind the competitiveness. You don't mind chippiness. That's fine. But if it's the first half, and Cypress just took the first lead of the game, 28-27, with 5:35 to play.
And that's the other thing. You can't stop me from scoring. Maybe I can mouth off to you. I'm making every basket. I can tell you how great I am.
And on a Friday night, here's what I do. I'm overreacting as an official. I'm giving everybody tees. Everybody that's on the floor, everybody get a tee. Coaches, you get a tee. Everybody's got one from this point on.
Corey'd like a glass of tea if you want to bring it up here.
Hot.
So we'll see what happens here as Corey's trying to listen to the officials. So what happened? It was a play down. Block was made. First bump initially. Of course, like all young men who feel like they're stronger, meaner, tougher, and more athletic than the guy playing against them, says something. The other one is going to take offense, like we all seem to do nowadays, instead of just sort of smiling and walking away. And then next thing you know, now somebody else has got to get involved. And at the end of the day, with them all being involved, we come up where the officials have to see what point of view they had. Now, Coach Al-Hadif is out on the floor. He's not agreeing with what the referees are telling him or what they saw on the floor. So, one player has been taken off the court, and that's James Christian III has been taken off the court. Is he the only one, Corey? I can't tell. I haven't seen anybody.
So James Christian III for Cypress, Damari Washington for Santa Ana have both been ejected.
Okay.
And you know what? It happens.
Yeah. Now you don't want the referees to overreact to the rest of the game, nor do you want this game to get more chippy than it started off to be.
It'd be a quicker game, Mark. I got somebody to pick up. Here's Rivera, Patton to Guerrero, who's got 4 threes. Doesn't take that one. Henderson back to Guerrero. He's short, rushed that one. Patton with the second chance in the lane. Bodied underneath by Jackson Brennan. His first personal. 4th team foul. The baseline out of bounds. Here's Patton and Guerrero. Henderson and Rivera right inbound at the ball. 28-27 is your score. 5 minutes is on the clock. This is the first half, and there is a bump by Brennan. 2 quick ones. 15 fouls, so I guess I can say it now. The first half was moving crisp, and I didn't want to jinx it. Inbound, Rivera from 17. 3-point lead, Chargers.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the referees, and if they feel they have to over-control the game.
Down low, kick out, Mac West, short. Rebound, Ellis. On the putback, count the bucket. He'll hit 13.9 feet away to try to complete the 3-point play.
So your Chargers are up by 1 if this three-point play can be completed by Ellis as he leaves it short. So the Chargers still have that 1-point lead.
Here's Wright. He averages 14 points a game. Very balanced. Guerrero, free throw line J is okay. 32-29. Still in the backcourt, Dante Henderson. Rivera, count the bucket. And let's go ahead and get that full replay for you. Here's Henderson. As you call a timeout, his second steal. Rivera, no hesitation, good rotation, good form, and splashes down for 3. Timeout on the floor, 3:59 to play in the first half. Chargers 35, Santa Ana Dons 29. This is Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net.
Well, when you know somebody's upset, their mind is not on what they need to do, you take advantage of them. That's where the steal comes in. Now what do? Well, you pour salt in the wound, and you hit the outside shot, and you say, you know what? 4 minutes to go. We want to close this game out in a half so Mr. Naylor can just take a drink of water, sit back and relax. Say it looks like Cypress has got this one where they want it. And right now it's just been the overplay of your Chargers on the defensive end and then capitalizing on the offensive end.
Hayes controlling the ball. Brennan now on a pass from Peterson. Brennan gets it blocked in the key. Cypress converged. And Rivera, who hit that last 3. Magnificent six-man. Double teamed is Guerrero. And there's a foul underneath a wrestling match. And again, rough play that's been a Hiniqua and Kamani Nelson.
And Corey, you can hear the fans yelling, what are you doing on that play?
And again, both players get mixed up and go to the ground being physical. And this one you're not going to kick anybody out. This is where you're going to talk to both coaches and both teams. You say, knock off the rough play, knock off the non-basketball plays, and we continue. Next time we see this, we're not kicking one person out, we're kicking both of them out. Whether they did it or not, if they look at somebody the wrong way, and that's how you got to take control of the ball game.
Well, and understand something, as a player, what's the good of the team that what you need to think about right now? When you heard the fans yelling, what are you doing? It's different, Corey, if it really is the way the game's being played. But now you're hurting your own team. If you get a T called on you, if for some reason they decide to get rid of players, then once again, you've just hurt your team as the conference goes on in the season. And the next time these two teams meet up, you're going to touch somebody with your hand, they're going to call a foul on you.
So the foul went on a Hiniqua. No, actually they're going to call a jump ball.
Yeah, I don't think they called a foul on anybody.
No, they called a jump ball. So Guerrero turn around, misses from 6. Tapped on the arm by Mac West. And Guerrero steps to the line. 85% free throw shooter, averages 12, 4, 2.5 a game.
And now you got two coaches that aren't happy on the sidelines.
Make one, miss one. 7-point lead for the Chargers. Guerrero leads all scorers with 15 points in the corner. Hayes, the lefty, triple circles home to make it a 4-point lead for the Chargers. Dutis out of Moreno Valley. Cross-court pass to Michael Wright. Double teamed in the corner. Good ball movement to Henderson. Nelson, triple team. And Mac West commits the foul. 9th team foul, 1-1 for Kamani.
And do you get the feeling that every time somebody's getting fouled out here, the way the teams are staring at each other, that we might not make it through this game?
If they're going to play like that, fine by me. Much as we like to watch basketball, Mark.
Yeah, we like to watch basketball.
And this is basketball, but, you know, a little bit too much. You don't mind the aggressive. You don't mind the aggressive play. You don't mind a hard foul. Just don't be dumb. 38-32, 2:35 to play. Both these teams are going to halftime, regroup, refresh, come out solid. And there's a foul. Peterson went up for the J. Rivera fouled him on the arm. Tyler's a freshman out of Calvary Chapel. 6 feet, 165. 5 points per contest.
And you like seeing that knee bend that he gives you when Tyler Peterson goes up to shoot the free throw. So many people forget that the game is shot with leg, even when you're shooting the free throw. So you want to get that bend. You don't want to stand there stiff-legged. You want to get that bend so that you get that arc and nice rotation on the ball as he makes his second free throw.
Full court pressure applied. 2-1-2. Anderson across the 10-second line. Keeps his dribble with the left in the corners, Valenzuela. Right, splits the double team. Hayes counters. Henderson's a pest. You like that. No look pass down low. Flushing it home is Javon Maxwell. .144 to play and up by 4 Valenzuela. 3 by Henderson, no. Rebound chase down. Santa Ana's got a little bounce to their step now. That's Kelvonte Ellis hands it to Jatis. Hayes had that no-look pass on the previous play. Mac West, outstanding scorer, bodied up by Guerrero. Double high screen. With the quickness and the finger roll, brings his team within 2. Henderson corner, Valenzuela with 3, but shot it long, too quick. Loose ball, jump it up. Alternating arrow belongs to the Dons with 47 seconds to play in the first half. As Constantino and Brennan will check in. That's for the team in red. Peterson and Hayes out. They join Ellis, Maxwell, and West. 40-38. Except for a couple of hiccups. Well played first half. Pretty crisp first half. Also crispy. 15 to shoot. West strong with the right, double team. And they get a foul on Guerrero. And Mac West, again, the theatrics he shows on the drive, letting everyone know he's getting bumped, heads to the line. Shoots 45% field goal percentage. Makes both free throws, almost a 70% free throw shooter. Ties the ball game up at 40 with 25 seconds to play in the first half. Shot clock is off, 15 on the game. Ten. There's 6. Guerrero loses it. And we're going to end the first half of play where we began, tied up. It is 40-40. This is Chargers Live at SportsNetUSA.net.
Well, I might as well start it off because Corey already upset everybody on the women's side. When you look at some of the conferences going on right now, Contra Costa leads their conference. Nobody's really doing anything there except Contra Costa is 4-0 in conference. Alameda's 4-0, Los Molinos 3-1, Yuba 3-1, Marin is 2. But overall, their record isn't that great. Modesto sitting there at 13-3, 12-3 is Santa Rosa right behind them. Both of them are undefeated in early conference play. Modesto 4-0, Santa Rosa 3-0. American River 3-1 in conference, 7-9 overall. Then we go to the Sequoias. They're 12-3 overall, 1-0 conference has started. Columbia 11-4. Merced sitting there at 9-6. We can get out of that. Las Positas in the Coast North is 15-0. They've won 15 straight, 1-0 in conference. San Francisco 15-0. Ohlone 13-2, Skyline 13-2, Chabot 11-4. They're the big gunners up there. San Jose 13-4, 1-0 in conference. West Valley, who hasn't played yet in conference, is 13-3. That's another team to keep an eye on. Redwoods 14-5, 1-0 in conference. After that, Feather River, but they've already lost the conference game. They're 12-6 overall. Chapey 11-4. San Bernardino Valley 11-4. Nobody else really in the Inland Empire Conference after that. Then you get to the OEC. Fullerton 3-1, 14-2. Cypress 3-1, 13-4. Santiago 3-1, 13-4. Riverside 3-1, 11-6. Saddleback, Santa Ana 11-6, 1-3. San Diego City, they're 12-4. Palomar's 11-5. Maricosta's 11-6. Southwestern's 10-6. All of them doing well in conference so far. South Coast North, Mount San Antonio. Mount Sac once again. It's East LA. Corey talked about what a good team they are this year. 13-2. They haven't had conference play. Cerritos 9-6. Compton, that's about it in the South Coast South. Western State North, it's Allen Hancock, Moore Park, and Cuesta, all sitting at top. And then you look at Citrus, 12-2. Maybe throw in West LA, and that's it. Corey, when you look at that, what everybody's going on right now, East LA is number 1 in the state of California. Mount Sac's number 2. Citrus is 4. Fullerton's at 3. Skyline's at 5. Lemoore at 6. Alameda, San Francisco, Riverside is sitting there at 9. So when you look at that,
is that the rankings or the
that
RPI?
That is
the
RPI.
Oh,
that's
okay.
RPI. So East LA is number 1 in RPI. Okay. Mount Sacs number 2, Fullerton's 3. Then it's Citrus, Skyline, Lemoore, Alameda, San Francisco, Riverside is what it is. So that's what you're looking at right now in that. We already got the OEC now again getting what? 4 teams in minimum? If it were to end today, and who are you leaving out, Mr. Nayland? Because, there's not as much, I don't think there's as much overall balance in the men's side as there is in the women's side. I think there's more discerning teams that are up and the cream in their conferences. They've got the RPI to back them up. That on the women's side, there was more diversity than there is on the men's side.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's 5 from the OEC that's getting in, led by Fullerton and Cypress, Santiago Canyon. Cypress is the sleeper team, along with East LA, to do damage once they get out into the playoffs from the south. Mount Sac is always going to be there. But there's been something with Mount Sac lately that they should always be there, but they're not. Citrus finally got to get over the hump. They really need to. A couple years ago, they had a chance to play for the final game, and they didn't. We like the coach at Citrus. So go on record now, Citrus is going to get to the Final Four this year.
Wow.
I'm trying to upset a lot of people, Mike. I'm trying to make a lot of people think.
Are you generous?
And make people happy as well. Okay? We want to start the conversation. We want people to say, we have no idea what this fool is talking about. Okay? So we're just throwing out stuff. All right? So we're going to say East LA, Cypress, and Citrus are really going to be those surprise teams to get there. In the PCAC, I like San Diego City. They're always there. Palomar. But San Diego City is the team that's going to get out from there. Fullerton, yeah, we'll see them. They're lacking. I'm not sure what they're lacking this year. Not sure what it is. I need to see them play a little bit more to let you know if they're going to make the final game again. Up north, let's have some participation from up north, everybody. I'm going to say West Valley's not the team that's going to get there this year, even though they are outstanding. Watch them play a couple times. Look for San Jose to pull up some upsets. Look for San Francisco and Las Positas to stay where they're at for the whole season.
But look at their conference. I mean, they've got to beat Ohlone. They've got to beat Skyline. Las Positas and San Francisco, one of those two are going to lose when they play each other. Ohlone and Skyline are good enough to beat either one of those teams.
Let's make some OEC people mad. That's the best conference in the state.
Woo! What, you going to throw in Chabot, too, just because? Even though they lost the conference game?
Yeah, Chabot's good. Cañada's 10-4. All those teams. Best conference in the state.
Wow. Well, how can you can look at the Big 8. You got to look at the Big 8 and talk about Modesto. You got to throw in Santa Rosa there, and I don't think you can
No, you don't.
dismiss.
No, you
what,
don't.
You don't? Yeah, I think you do. I think you got to look at both those teams right there. I really do. I think those teams have to be talked about. You can throw Contra Costa and that whole group of teams right there just, out the window.
Yeah, I didn't know. None of them are getting out there. None
I
of them.
tell you, not any of them.
Send us your thoughts
To
to SportsNetUSA.net.
Redwoods will be in there too.
No.
I'm going to give Redwood some love. I mean, okay, Corey, you got Fullerton going, you got Cypress going, you got Santiago going, you got Riverside going. Is that it, the OEC?
In the OEC?
Yeah.
Fullerton, Santiago Canyon, Cypress, Riverside, Santa Ana.
Fullerton, Cypress. So you got 5 in the OEC going.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then
That's the homer in me talking.
And then you got from the Pacific Coast, you got to have San Diego City, Palomar, Miracosta, and Southwestern.
I'll go with that.
Okay, all right. Then you got Mount Sac, East LA, and I don't know who else from the South Coast North. Probably nobody.
Pasadena.
And I don't care about
LA
the
Trade Tech will get there. LA City. That's not a bad conference. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong one. I was looking at the wrong one.
LA Trade Tech is 7-7.
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong one.
Okay, all right.
Pasadena will get in.
Okay. And then when you look at Cerritos and Compton, maybe they'll get in.
Because they have to. Top two teams.
And then you can go to the Western State North and say Allen, Hancock, Moore Park, Cuesta, they should get in. Citrus will get in. Maybe West LA. West LA, like you said, could sneak in. Looking at them. If you disagree with us, remember, email us, Corey Nailand. And Corey, when you look at some of the players that we've already seen, right now, points per game, well, the number one person is Davis out of Orange Coast College for the men, who's averaging 19.3. Warren out of Riverside, 18.3. Colley out of Santiago Canyon. Bryson out of Santiago Canyon. Both of them are at 16 rebounds a game. Kellen out of Riverside. Ellis out of Santa Ana, 8.2. He leads it. Colley right now, one of the top scorers and rebounders in the OAC, so he's probably at the top list right now for Player of the Year in the OAC.
No. Just because he's got good numbers doesn't mean he's a Player of the Year.
Oh, man. What, are you going to look and say, okay, I'll give it to Weems, Davis, Miles? All of a sudden over there?
You're looking at a couple players from Fullerton. You're looking at a couple players from Cypress and a couple players from Santiago Canyon.
Well, you can't discount Ellis from Santa Ana, can you?
You can.
Well, you might as well upset the people in Santa Ana, too, right? That's Corey Nailand. It's already looked at the young man who's had a good game here at Cypress.
I'm saying this because we want discussion.
Yeah.
If once you reply to this and once you get upset at this and then reply, then we'll be a little bit more honest and give you some honest takes. But right now, let's just throw it out there like other sports broadcasters do,
I tell you,
who never back up their points on anything. So if they can do it, I'm going to do it too.
Well, you already do that with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, so, nobody thinks you make that right.
It's tough when everybody else is wrong.
Yeah, Ed Ford just stares at you and thinks you're out of your mind here on SportsNetUSA.net.
Like I said, it's tough when everybody else is wrong. Being the one person, that beacon of light and hope when it comes to fine dining and what to eat, I stand alone.
Make sure that he's not the beacon of light for basketball here on SportsNetUSA.net and Chargers Live, because you know what? Right now, the light is dimming on your side of the broadcast booth.
I'm going to throw it up to those guys I listen to in NorCal.
Oh, wow.
And watching NorCal. Hit a brother up. Let's have that discussion. Let's talk NorCal, SoCal basketball, men and women.
They should. They should tell us how good they are up there. I can tell you off the air what Corey Nailand and myself and Ryan Osborne and a few others say here on SportsNetUSA.net.
Because I like those teams up there, and we want that discussion, that honest discussion. We need to grow this community college athletics thing.
Yeah, we do. We really do. And, of course, I talked about the women and the men's side right now. NCAA, Tennessee, number 1. Auburn, 2 at 13-1. Tennessee, only team undefeated. Iowa State, 12-1. Duke, 12-2. Alabama, 12-2. Then when you start looking for the West Coast teams, Oregon at 15 is 13-2. Gonzaga, once again, and the way they talk about the Zags in college basketball, it's just, they understood that you had that guys playing for 4 years, and it took them a while to get here. I don't know what these broadcasters calling NCAA games have been watching. Gonzaga's always been there. You guys are out of your mind. UCLA's 23, they're 11-3. And the last one, from somewhat the west side, Utah State. Sneaks in there at number 25 right now. So that's what we said. We told you about the women. We told you about the men. That's what teams are doing right now here on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net.
Don't forget, elsewhere on SportsNetUSA.net. If you want to check over at East LA, go ahead.
Albert Robles.
Check them. They're playing as well. The men are playing right now. Don't forget, next Friday, we'll be back here for Cypress College men and women at 5 p.m. The women play Riverside City. And then at 7, Cypress men, they host Fullerton. So that should be 2 outstanding games next Friday. Then on the 22nd, we'll be back at 5, where the men will host Santiago Canyon, which is going to be another outstanding game because there'll be 2 teams that are going to be into the playoffs. And East LA will be playing LA City College at 7 on SportsNetUSA.net.
Corey's already got the South winning the championship. You know, he'll just take anybody from the OEC. So you Northern California people.
I didn't say that.
I heard you off the air. I might as well just sell you out right now.
I didn't say that either.
Oh, man, guy's a homer.
I didn't say the SoCal would win either. It's too early to tell. There's been a lot of good basketball. And it's been fun to watch. Both men and women's side, it's been fun to watch this season.
Yeah, it has been. There's a lot of talented student athletes out there.
Unlike 2 years ago on the men's side, the last 2 years there was only one team that was going to win it each year. And those teams won it, Fullerton and West Valley. This year, you seriously have about 9 to 10 teams that could win a state title.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. Men and women.
Yeah.
Men and women. Not just the men or the women. It's men and women.
Yeah, because the last 2 years you expected OCC to win it, and they won it. This year you're looking at Sequoias to win it. There's about 4 teams that can win a title this year.
Yeah.
So Wright will inbound starting the second half of play with Guerrero, Katoa, Patton, and Rivera for Cypress, moving right to left. And Hinnequa, Brennan, Swist, West, and Ellis defending in red. Let's see if the tempers have dampened just a little bit during halftime. Wright is bumped, slides out of bounds. First team foul for the Dons in the second half.
Well, if our 2 cars are gone, we'll know somebody was telling us we didn't know what we were talking about, right?
Nobody's taking my car. Ain't getting that far. Right on the inbound. There's inbound on 4. Patton backs, travel, throws it up, misses. Rebound to West. Sloppy first possession to start the second half of play. And Swist.
Wait, you jinxing everybody? Wow. I blame that one on Corey Nayland. Turnover Nayland.
And Swist is out, Hayes is in. Coach Bright said, you know what? Just, man.
Let's see, that's 3 in a row. Can you go for 4?
Can we back up 45 seconds to start this second half over?
Oh, man. They were probably listening to you at halftime. Everybody's so, befuddled.
Ellis gets baseline, reverse layup missed. Katoa. Not a factor in the first half. We'll see how he plays in the second half. Guerrero, who was the factor in the first half, put up 15 points. 4 threes. Patton showing range. 43-40. Danny Patton says, I can do that too. 6'3" out of St. Paul. He's a mortuary science major. The first I've seen that major in all the years we've been calling athletics, Mark. Mac West trying to counter. Miss left.
Couldn't pick a better school to have that major.
Aren't they like number 1?
Yep, number 1 in the nation.
Patton floats to the far side. Disjointed offense for both these squads to start the second half with 6. Katoa, Guerrero stays hot from the first half, Mark. 46-40, his 5th three, his 18th point.
And this is really the best way to answer an opponent that there's been tomfoolery. Go out, take possession of the second half, and close the door if you can.
There's a blocking foul on Brennan, only because he didn't allow Guerrero to come down. Guerrero came down on Brennan. That's a block all day, not a charge. .46-40 on the inbound baseline. 17-15. Quick whistle. But again, these quick whistles are a result of the first half of play. 3rd team foul for the Dons. Guerrero thought about the 3. Steps back, takes a long 2. That's one of his happy shots, thought he was feeling it. Here's West, gets bumped. They're going to say on the ground, so Mac West won't head to the line. Referees will say baseline out of bounds.
But I like what Mac West does. He makes the drive, Corey. He feels the contact. He hears the whistle. He tries to complete the play, hopefully to get the call.
First team foul in the second half. Second team foul. And Jack Rivera holding Jackson Brennan. Valenzuela checks in from La Mirada. Rivera out. West delivers to Brennan one more time. Has it poked away. Regains. And there's a jump ball or a foul. They call it jump ball. Wow. Alternating arrow stays with the Dons. But Isaiah Valenzuela looked like he was giving or taking blood from Jackson Brennan. Ellis bumped by Guerrero. Count the bucket and 1. Ellis.
Hey, Corey, you can see the referees just tightening things up just a little to start this second half. Anything that's close, they're going to blow a whistle on. They don't want it to spill over like in the first half did, so they're taking control, which really, when you think about the first half, they allowed it to get a little out of hand.
I don't think so. I don't think the officials did, though. The officials did not let the first half get out of control. Here's Katoa, but you're going to disagree with me on that one. Right double team. Katoa top of the key. Guerrero, 12 feet out, kick out to Higgy. Higgy makes his first bucket of the game, stepping into a 3. 49-43, back to a 6-point lead. West with the bounce, he gets bumped. That one was on the shot. This time, he'll head to the charity stripe.
And when you watch the defense by Cypress, they're letting somebody come down with a dribble. They're then releasing their own man to try and trap somebody with the ball. The quickness has to be there to make the trap. If you can't make the trap, you allow somebody to get out free, and then when that free person drives, you're trailing the play. If you're trailing the play, there's two choices. You're going to bump them, the foul's probably going to get called, or you allow them to make an easy shot. So far tonight, Cypress has allowed teams to make an easy shot, with Santa Ana taking advantage of that.
West with 13. Both teams shooting 56% from the field. Cypress is now 10 of 22 from 3. Second chance. Guerrero and Henderson. Henderson provided a spark in the first half. And there's a foul on Michael Wright against Tyler Peterson. So it's going the other way.
And Corey, again, Santa Ana comes out and plays physical man-to-man defense. Wright trying to work his way down low, hooks with an arm, that's where the foul comes in.
Santa Ana Mark is shooting 6 for 11 from the three-point line. There's a trip by Henderson on Constantino. What did I miss?
They said they basically are saying it was incidental.
No, they're saying it was an offensive foul illegal pick set.
And what you're watching is when the whistler's getting blown, anything that's wrestling, anything that's getting physical, the whistle's getting blown. Coach Alfada, being uncomfortable, has to get out of his chair.
Right on the drive. We played 4 minutes and 39 seconds in the second half.
Is it Saturday?
There have been 6 fouls committed by Santa Ana, 4 fouls committed by Cypress. Guerrero for 3. Rims out. Rebound taken out of the air by Hayes. Hayes gets a step on Guerrero in baseline, almost throws it away. Timeout taken by Santa Ana with 19 to shoot. 15:02 to play in the second half. It is Cypress 49 and the Dons 45.
Hey, Corey, I'm going to go back and basically say, now you, and this is where our disagreement, you'll say that the referees took control of the first half after too much physicality. I don't think they did. I think they should have, if they were going to call them multiple fouls like they're doing now, they should have ended the first half that way and said, okay, this is the tone we're setting. The coaches could have gone in and said, okay, guys, get something real clear. They're going to be calling everything that's a ticky-tack foul. You can't just get, I'm going to slap somebody. Now that's what they're calling.
But they did do that after they kicked people out. They did. The game drastically slowed down with the final 6 minutes. Drastically, it came to a halt.
I feel like I'm in a nightmare, and it's still the first half. Hope you don't have any place to go.
They've called twice. 15:02. (49-45). I expect Gabriella Nayland
be standing out in front,
just be in her wheelchair,
sitting there,
sitting out the revolving door, just going around in a circle. 5 minutes gone by, no one's taking the advantage. Constantino. Hayes throws it to Valenzuela. Problem is, he's on the other team. 3-on-1. Albertini with the reverse and finishes. I would say acrobatic, but that was just lucky. As you see the replay here, reverse throws it up and feathery through.
Hey, his attempt was to make a basket. What did it do? It went in. That's called skill, baby.
Looked like fabric softener in a dryer. Just throw it up in there and just floats on down.
That's right. Hey, your clothes fold themselves.
Albertini with the freshness. 3-point play, 52-45.
He's going to start his own company now, make fabric softener. You remember me from my days when I played at Cypress College.
Weston Hayes, Constantino, and Maxwell, along with Ellis, excuse me. West a little bit out of control on that drive.
And here's where Cypress is doing what good teams do. Get the opportunity, make the other team pay for those simple mistakes.
Guerrero in the lane, halting, rims out. Albertino with the man's rebound. And he pushes West out of the way.
And he just got a technical.
And got teed up. So Albertini with the strong rebound was going back up. He got fouled. And then he compounds unnecessariness with the push on Mac West. So he gets his 2 shots. Santa Ana gets their 2 shots in the ball. So Vincent, 6'4". He's a sophomore out of Villa Park. In the car restoration mark. And misses both free throws.
Yeah, he's a trade tech major. Oh, okay. They just substituted.
And West makes his free throw count. He gets 1 more. And gets both, 52-47. The Dons last game lost a heartbreaker to Saddleback on Wednesday. They lost that game 77-75. They were up 3 with 1:15 to go in the game. Just couldn't quite hold on. They were trailed by 12 in the first half and the second half. Came all the way back to take that lead, but simply could not finish. Swiss now. Back in. 13 to shoot. West calls off the screen. Gets 2 steps. Almost blocked by Wright. Rims out. Rebound, loose ball foul on Guerrero. They don't call a loose ball foul on Guerrero. They call a jump ball. Okay. And it's interesting, on that layup, West goes up. Wright goes for the block, but again, he taps the backboard, altering the shot, and it rims out. And I have to talk to one of the referees or a coach to see why that wasn't goaltending. Danny Patton back in the ball game. Guerrero on the baseline. Henderson gets a step, skips through the lane, and he's fouled by Swiss. So 2 shots coming to Dante Henderson. Dante, a kinesiology major. First team All-League while he was at Santa Ana, Savannah.
Plank.
Just building skyscrapers.
I tell you what, you gotta lay them bricks. Make sure you make it a good building. Plank.
They making sure the Wolf ain't gonna blow nothing down. 52-47. Chargers with a 5-point lead. 4 straight free throws missed. That's what got them in trouble against Cerritos earlier in the year, not converting their free throws. We'll see if it haunts them here. As Swiss, speaking of haunting, threw it to the ghost, threw it to Coach.
And Corey, both these teams played crisp basketball in that first half. Realize the score was 40-40. Santa Ana has now scored a mere 7 points in the second half.
Cypress gives up 61 a game. Santa Ana gives up 75 points a game. Michael Wright misses. Loose ball foul on Henderson. Fifth team foul. Allison West working on this near side. West with the handle, skips over to Brennan for 3. That's missed. Ellis with the putback, no good. But they're going to say the gnat flew by. That's Henderson's second. Caused Ellis to miss. Galvante out of Warsaw, Virginia. 6'3", 200 pounds. Mark said he's going to be in the mention and running for player of the year in the OEC.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Like the way he plays, though. 11 points. 8 rebounds per ball game. 11.9, so 12 points. Makes the first free throw. He's definitely making all conference. (52-48). Misses the second. Rebound last touch by Brennan. 12:20 to play in the ballgame. One of our cohorts, Noah Alvarez, he'd have something to say about that. On which Don he would choose to be player of the year or all conference performers. Here's Higgy in the backcourt, hounded by Hayes. There's a moving screen by Michael Wright.
So the flow of this game is what?
Mark, there is no flow. So because it's a moving screen, it's not a one-on-one situation. (52-48). Second half. Hayes. Maxwell. Elbow extended. Don't think that's the shot that they wanted. Patton and Valenzuela, Nelson and Guerrero. They join Higgy on the floor. Valenzuela, Nelson not a threat from out there. Higgy tries to get baseline, kick out. Valenzuela turns it over. There's a charge. Ahinakwa and Rivera back in. Rivera for Cypress and Ahinakwa for Santa Ana. Out goes Maxwell. Constantino's in for Ellis. And another steal. And there's a foul by Katoa. Hayes with the strong finish couldn't convert, however. "11 minutes, 9 seconds to play in the second half, 52-48. If I was at home right now, I'd start cleaning. This is bad basketball right now from both squads. It's ugly, it's unfocused, and the coaches are not happy. You know when a coach is not happy? When there's 5 straight turnovers for both teams and both of them just shake their head and let them play no timeouts or give in.
Keep the clock running. I know the refs will stop it.
So Hayes cuts the Charger lead to 3. Another turnover. Constantino, Jackson Brennan.
Another turnover. Traveling.
Cypress calls the timeout with exactly 11 minutes to play in the slow-moving second half here on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net.
Well, Corey Nalen realized when this half got ready to go, both these teams were tied at 40. Cypress has scored 12. Santa Ana has scored 9 in this entire second half. So that lets you know what is going on when you look at these two teams. And you sit there and you look at the amount of fouls that's already now. And you can see where the officials are just, you know, and this goes back to the previous conversation with my partner. You know, somebody should have said, hey, we'll take over what happened in the first half instead of now seeing what's happened here in the second half.
Isaiah Valenzuela puts his head down. What's the La Mirada nickname for the high school? The Matadors. There was no ole on that one. He just ran him over.
You were talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And the elbow jumper missed. 52-49. Speedy Henderson on the right side. Valenzuela down low to Patton. Lefty rims out. Ahinakwa. I'm going to stop talking until something good happens.
All right, I'll call you tomorrow.
And there's a 3 by Guerrero. Peyton Guerrero, let's see that. Let's see that replay, Mark, because that was the first thing good that happened in a long, long time. As the 3 connects, timeout taken by Santa Ana with 9:53 to play in the ballgame. It is Cypress 55, Santa Ana 49.
You know, Guerrero is a future 145 sports broadcasting student for the simple reason he knows there's nothing good about dead air. So he said, you know what? 30 seconds of dead air is just too much.
You could have talked. You're here with me.
What was
I
that?
told you I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh. Why should I say anything?
Because I wasn't talking. We don't need dead air.
Oh, okay. Well, you know. Don't forget next week, Fullerton College and Cypress here on SportsNetUSA.net. Chargers Live. Riverside, the women, playing the women from Cypress. Make sure you check the homepage at sportsnetusa.net. East LA, Albert Robes, more games around the corner. Then we got baseball and softball not far away here on sportsnetusa.net. Ed Ford, Albert Robles, Corey Nalen, the old guy, Magic Matt, Noah Alvarez, Ryan Osborne. A cast of 4,328,000 here on SportsNetUSA.net and Chargers Live.
So let's see if that 3 hit breaks Cypress out of their slump, out of their funk that they were in. Santa Ana needs a big bucket. Brennan, usually the guy that does it, almost turns it over. Last touch by Valenzuela. And Jackson Brennan in the first half, he had a couple threes. Scored 8 points, has been quiet since. Puts up 13 a game. On the skip pass to Brennan, there's a hold by Valenzuela. Fighting around the screen from Ahinaqua. Had a hold of Brennan's jersey. That's the 10th team foul. Both teams are in the double bonus with 9:32 to play. Free throws galore. Brennan, one of the best three-point shooters in the state. 38% from the three-point line. And it's 55-51. Henderson to Patton. Poked away by West. So if we can make it through 1 minute of game time,
Without a foul?
Yeah, without a foul, without a stop, I think we'll have a good rest of the half.
Okay.
I think both teams will finish strong.
I like your positivity.
60 seconds, that's all we need.
Get ready with the timer.
Patton converts both free throws. Back to a 6-point lead. Patton now in double figures with 10. Down low, Brennan blocked, rejected. Nelson said no, Guerrero the other way. Now we got through 20. Kamani Nelson throws Brennan down to the ground. Player control, no free throws. Hayes checks back in along with Ellis for West and Constantino. Peterson comes back to help Hayes. Ellis for the elbow extended, no. Patton with the strong rebound and steps through. Albertini checks back in with Henderson, Patton, Rivera, and Guerrero. Mark, this is a good outside shooting unit that they have on the floor. Guerrero's been hitting threes all game, scoring 21 points. Patton has a three. Patton's got 2 threes. As you look at the baseline drive from Guerrero here, Patton sees him, steps up, gets his puppy straight, cans the three, and on the other side, Brennan forces the issue and gets fouled, heading back to the line. Looking for double figures. He's got 10. He's got 3 fouls. As a team, the Dons are now 19 of 24 from the charity stripe. Cypress just 6 of 11. Under 8 to play. Rivera pulls up, left it short. West again. Once he gets to his strong side, he's tough to stop.
And this is where one of these two teams has to take charge, Corey, and they haven't done that. They've played with too many touch fouls, little pushes, little grabs. You can't afford to give away conference games.
Albertini, as the shot clock goes down, misses everything. And here's Maxwell ahead of the pack. Misses the easy bunny. Chases it out of bounds. And wasted opportunity for the Dons, Mark. 1 on none. And Maxwell rushed it.
And again, we can talk about RPI and everything else, but if you lose too many conference games, no matter whom you have played, they're going to look at you and say, no, you're not above 500 in conference. We can't allow you to be in the playoffs. So this is how important all these games are.
And Santa Ana's a quality team, yet they are 1-3 in conference play.
Yeah, and I mean, so Corey, this is the thing when you talk about conference games and you let other things get into your mind, completely disrupting this second half of basketball. It takes away the style, the flow, because you could watch Santa Ana in the first half running up and down. When they got picked up on a break, they would have somebody there that could fill up the bucket with three-point shots. That has gone away completely in this second half for the Dons.
(61-55).
And as much as you would like to attribute it to good defense from the Chargers, you can't.
There's a 3 by Peterson. That was blocked by Albertini. Brennan on the rebound putback gets fouled. And it's going to be advantageous for both teams doing those herky-jerky movements when they go up, pretending to get fouled, because the whistle will blow every single time. That's smart basketball when you can pick up on that, when you know I'm going to get that call. 61-58, and that's what Jackson Brennan did. Henderson spins to right, who's back in. Rivera with 8. Rivera with 3. Short, solid D by Peyton. We're going to call a jump ball. Stays with the Dons. So Santa Ana with 5 minutes and 50 seconds to play. Use a timeout, and they're down to 1 remaining. And down 6 on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net.
So, Corey, as a team, because you played enough basketball and everything else, and you played at different levels, and you played on good teams and not good teams, when a game like today was disrupted in the first half because of people feeling like they were either beat up, mistreated, or insulted, and then you see the second half, which is far from being a fluidity type of second half, what do you learn as a player, or what do you come away with? Instead of having a coach saying, we should have won, we shouldn't have lost because we didn't allow ourselves to play the game. I mean, I just don't find any resolve in this second half.
Deal with it, play better. There's really nothing you can do. I mean, everybody knew this is the way the second half was going to be called. So you can't force anything. You just have to play within the flow of the game. And the problem is a lot of players feel like they get fouled every single time. So that's going to cause a little bit more frustration. A lot of players feel like they've never committed a foul in their life. That's going to cause a frustration. There's Brennan for three. It's blocked out of the air by Albertini. He's second. And there's a layup for Vincent. Outstanding individual play by Vincent Albertini, giving the Cypress Chargers their largest lead of 8. And there's Brennan with the step through. Smart player right there. He's not settling. And you talked about players adapting to the game. Brennan has. He knows if I go to the line or go to the hole, I'm getting a foul call. And he's done that consistently in this second half. And now he has 18 points. That leads the way. Mac West with 17. Guerrero on the kick out with 8. Henderson whirling, dirling, dealing, missing. Rebound to Maxwell. Cross-court pass. Brennan stepped out of bounds. Late on the replay, sorry about that. That was a bang-bang play. And the way the second half has been called, that was a charge.
Even if it wasn't.
Even if it wasn't. (67-61). Out is Hayes, who's had a strong second half. He's played the bulk of the minutes at the point. He's kept the Dons involved, kept them in. Ahinakwa back in along with Ellis. Katoa with 4 points. Misses the second free throw. He has as many points as fouls in this ball game. West on the kick out. Brennan for 3. You were talking musical earlier, Mark. He's got some rhythm. Is Jackson Brennan, 67-64. 4:20 to play. Rivera has the range, doesn't take it. Katoa bodied up by Constantino. Rivera long. out of play.
So we're going to get a timeout on the floor. It's Cypress trying to hold on. They're up by 3. It's Cypress 67, Santa Ana 64 here on Chargers Live and Sportsnet. USA.net. Well, both these teams scored 40 points in the first half. A very smooth, artistic basketball game with 16 minutes
It wasn't that
to go.
smooth.
It was more smooth than the second half.
There was nothing artistic about it.
Hey, abstract art is artistic. It might have been abstract, it might have been rough, but it's still artistic. Here in the second half, in 16 minutes, they've scored 24 points and 27 respectively. That's spasmodic. So, brain lock fixed in this second half that everybody just sort of said, I have a spasm in my left leg. I can't run too well. I think I'll pull up and claim that somebody else did it. And that's what's happened to them. And so, Corey, it really was. I mean, we saw the game smoother in the first half, and now it's been a mind game in this second half.
But you knew that was going to happen. The officials had no choice but to make it disjointed, make it chunky. Constantino on the left side. West to tie it up, short. And here's Wright. An interesting play call to get Mac West in the ball game. Yes, he's got 17 points, but his buckets in the second half have been going to the hole. Jackson Brennan's been the guy going to the hole, but making threes on the outside. He hit that last three. You think he might have rather seen Jackson Brennan in the corner taking that three to try to tie it up. But nonetheless, Michael Wright, who's had a quiet game, the team's leading scorer, connects on the first free throw with 3:48 to play, making it 68-64.
And so with both teams in the bonus, these are the points. Every point counts, but these are the points, the free opportunities that you get. You've got to make count here in the last 3:45 of this game.
Hayes working, gets caught up, kick out. Ellis splits the lane on a reach-in, no. Valenzuela commits the foul. And for Mr. Valenzuela, that should be, yes it is, he's disqualified with 5 fouls.
And it's like Corey will tell you too, just like with Ellis driving to the basket, you're down by 5. You know you're going to get contact. Once you get contact, you know you're going to get the whistle. You have to complete that drive to the basket.
Yes.
It's not just enough to get the foul. It's to get the +1. As Ellis knocks down the first free throw. Tries to make this one to take it back to a 3-pointer. Bingo.
Patience on the floor. I said you're either looking for a backdoor screen or a kick out for 3. Higgy in the lane. And Jackson Brennan takes it all the way in between traffic and brings the Dons to within 1. With under 3 minutes to play, Albertini and Rivera, Guerrero and Wright. Guerrero being ridden on the left baseline, will head to the line for 2 shots as Jackson Brennan commits the foul. He's got 4 personals. So Peyton's been quiet in this second half. $15 of his 22 points have come in the first half. As Jack Rivera, he checks out. Dante Henderson checks back in. As Peyton Guerrero, the 85% free throw shooter, gives him a 3-point lead. An air ball from 16 is missed. Ball on the floor. There's a jump ball. Katoa's lying on his back. Ellis is on his back. They do call a jump. Going Gold way. Don't think there's going to be a post-game handshake after this one. Back deep, looking for a touchdown. It's like a Fullerton College football game from last season.
Oh, I tell you.
We're almost going to be something good. Oh, never mind. 71-68. Chargers have the lead. That's the most important part on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net. 71-68. They're up by 3. Hayes pulled up from 12. Caught back rim. No, outstanding position by Ellis. No. Albertini cleans it up. If you're the Dons, you got a point-blank putback you have to make. 145. Right. Blocked. More like gloved by Ellis. And here's Hayes.
And you got to be more awake on that offensive thing. When you see the other defender leave his man and slide over, you've got to find the open person.
Letting him play. Blocked by Wright. Last touched by Michael. Good no calls. And that's why I thought the officials have done a good job tonight. On that possession, they could have called 2 fouls. But again, neither one of those fouls were warranted. Neither one of those plays warranted a whistle, and they let it play it on. I think they've had a good mix. 71-68 is your score with 1:17 to play in the ball game.
Don't forget, next week, more basketball here on SportsNetUSA.net and Chargers Live. Mr. Nalen and I will be back. Fullerton College rolls into town. This is why this is a monumental game for the Cypress Chargers, because they want to sit even when the Hornets walk in here with Perry Webster's team and say, guys, whoever leaves that night is going to be on top of the OEC. And the other one's going to be chasing it. Be a huge game next week. Of course, Riverside coming in on the women's side, same thing. Coach Berber doesn't want her team to end up not winning that game here on SportsNetUSA.net and Chargers Live.
So 2 timeouts remaining for the Chargers. It'll be baseline out of bounds after the possession arrow. One timeout for the Dons. Inbounding to Brennan. Floater misses. Maxwell with the putback was fouled on the arm. Maxwell will go to the line for 2 shots. Patton to check in for Rivera. Again, you want to make sure you come down with the rebound if a miss occurs. Knuckleball on the first was missed. Both are missed, but the rebound goes to the smallest guy on the floor. Jatice Hayes wanted it more than everybody. So we'll try it again. Third time's a charm for the Dons. Hayes with 5 points. Make it 6. And Mark Pavlovich, what did he say about free throws? 24-31 for the Dons, 12 of 19 for the Chargers. With 14 on the shot clock, it'll be baseline out of bounds for the Chargers when they come back, as they now have 1 timeout remaining with 55.3 seconds remaining. You look at both these teams. Santa Ana lost to Saddleback on Wednesday. Tough, hard-fought match. We were here when Chargers played Cerritos, and Cerritos beat them on a half-court shot.
Yep.
So both these teams know the agony of defeat for this season in close games. Let's see who comes up with the win.
Yeah, I agree. And right now, like I said, it really is that conference game that you can't afford to lose. If it was something where we're just talking RPI, that's different. Yeah, RPI will be a determining factor on who gets into the playoff. But if you're a conference team that doesn't have a good record in your own conference, the likelihood of you not making the playoff becomes much thinner.
Albertini, Katoa, Wright, Patton, Guerrero. To Wright with 12. With 9. 6. I'm sorry, how you call that foul?
Well, I'm just going to go back to the other end where you were praising these guys for letting fouls go. Corey Nalen pacing up in the booth like a trapped wild animal.
3 calls. So let's see what Danny Patton can do with the free throw line. He's got 12 points. Solid game today.
Big free throw. Needs to make this next one. with 46.6 seconds to go.
And remember, both teams have one timeout. They cannot advance during timeouts like the women's game. Peterson, Ellis, Hayes, West, and Maxwell. And what's unfortunate about that foul for Brennan, fouls him out of the game, Mark. That's huge. .23 in the game, and he's not playing. In the air to Peterson. Peterson with 3. Air ball, solid D by Albertini. And they're going to send Michael Wright to the free throw line with 16 seconds to play. So Wright's had a quiet night. And looks to close it out. Cypress trying to improve to 4-1 in conference. (75-70). 2-possession game. Hand off to Peterson. Good closeout by the Chargers off the glass for Ellis. 75-70. 2. 3-point lead for the Chargers on Chargers Live and SportsNetUSA.net. If the Dons lose, they will drop to 1-4 in conference. 1 timeout remaining for the Chargers. No timeouts for Santa Ana. This, Mr. Pavlovich, we said it earlier, is a different Cypress Charger team.
Yeah, it is, because it's a team that at least has shown us that in this game they know how to finish. And Corey, as conference goes on, how important is that really going to be? Understanding that you've got to be able to finish these games. And I like the fact, you know me, Mr. Free Throw naysayer. I love the fact that they put the free throws in the basket here at the tail end of the game.
Mark, only 67% though. They're proving my point.
No. If they could make 85%, we'd probably be gone by now.
You're proving my point. As long as they didn't turn the ball over here and Santa Ana hit the 3.
Coach Al Haddaf will listen to this too. He'll have a talk with you next week when he sees you. Say, Corey, 85%, my friend, 85%.
Did they get the timeout or did they get the inbound? So they got a foul. On the inbound, there was a foul before the inbound. So now the Chargers get 2. First one crawls in. Second one drops, but more importantly, 2-possession game with 5.4. Cypress gets the ball. And you cannot run the baseline, can you? No, you got to.
No. Oh, I guess you can.
Oh. So they are proving my point that you can win by shooting 70% from the free throw line, as they've done tonight. 78-72. That's going to be the final here at Don Johnson Court. Once again, Cypress 78, Santa Ana 72. You've been watching Chargers Live at SportsNetUSA.net.